Celine.
At ako naman si Marinette.
Araw-araw sa Vera Files, ginagalugad namin ang social media para hanapin at itama ang kumakalat na mis at disinformation.
Sa 6 na buwan simula ngayon, maglalabas kami ng 6 na video para turuan kayo kung paano nyo rin ito magagawa gamit ang inyong cellphone o computer.
Mga red flags sa social media account o page ang una nating tututukan. Sa loob ng 2 araw, nakakuha ng 4,000 comments itong Facebook post na naglabas ng aplikasyon para sa may gusto ng perang ayuda mula sa gobyerno. Peke ito, walang opisyal na Facebook page na magkasama ang Department of Labor and Employment o DOLE at Department of Social Welfare and Development o DSWD. Sabi pa ng DSWD, hindi sila nanghihingi ng personal na impormasyon sa social media. Ginagamit ng mga impostor na account gaya nito ang kredibilidad o kasikatan ng isang tao o institusyon para mas madali tayong maniwala sa impormasyong mali o nakapanliligaw. Minsan, para rin magparami ng likes at makakuha ng personal na impormasyon. Para malaman kung lehitimo ang isang social media account o page, sundin ang mga hakbang na ito. Hanapin ang verified badge sa pangalan ng account. Patunay ito na ang nagpapatakbo ng page o account ay ang tao o institusyon na nakapangalan. Walang blue check ang impostor. Ang tunay na DSWD, mayroon. Pero hindi lahat ng lehitimong account ay may verified badge, gaya nitong sa DOLE. Paano ito ngayon mache-check? Magpunta sa About tab, na kadalasan naglalaman ng deskripsyon ng tao o organisasyon, official website, at contact information na pwedeng tawagan o i-message. Kung wala o kulang-kulang ito, magduda ka na. Sa official website rin madalas makikita ang link sa tunay na social media page. Ang tunay na social media page, tama ang spelling at capitalization. Tingnan din kung may mga dagdag na salita sa pangalan ng account na hindi dapat. Pagdating sa followers, nakadududa rin kung ang isang institusyon o sikat na tao ay iilan lang ang followers. Pero linawin natin, hindi automatic na kapag marami ang followers ng isang account, ay credible ito o dapat agad paniwalaan. Taktika ng panloloko ng mga account ang magpa-like ng kanilang page. Tingnan rin ang page transparency tab sa Facebook para malaman kung kailan ginawa ang isang Facebook page. Kung ito ay bagong gawa, pero nakapangalan sa isang matagal nang naitatag na institusyon, magduda ka na. Dito nyo rin makikita kung nagpalit ito ng pangalan at layunin. Sa Facebook groups, makikita nyo ito sa group history ng About page. Maging mapagmatyag rin sa post mismo ng account o page. Minsan, ang mga litratong ginagamit ay kinuha mula sa ibang organisasyon gaya nito. Ngayong panahon ng pandemya, maging mas maingat sa mga post na nakikita sa social media. Maraming nagsasamantala sa pagkakataong ito kung kailan marami sa ating mga kababayan ang naghahanap ng impormasyon. Gamitin ang tutorial na ito para malaman kung lehitimo o hindi ang isang social media account. Samahan niyo kami sa susunod na buwan para alamin kung ano ang mga bagay na pwedeng i-fact check. Abangan yan dito sa Promise. Walang lokohan. Ako si Celine.
At ako naman si Marinette.
Araw-araw sa Vera Files, ginagalugad namin ang social media para hanapin at itama ang kumakalat na mis at disinformation. Sa video series na ito, tuturuan namin kayo kung paano nyo rin ito magagawa gamit ang inyong cellphone o computer.
Noong nakaraang buwan, ipinakita namin kung paano masisigurong lehitimo ang isang social media account. Ngayon, pag-aaralan natin kung ano-ano ang mga pwede nating i-fact check. Bago i-verify ang isang post o claim, tiyakin na oo ang sagot sa 3 tanong na ito. Ang statement of fact ay pahayag na maaaring mapatunayan na totoo o hindi. Hindi lahat ng bagay ay maaaring i-verify. Halimbawa, ang opinyon na batay sa damdamin at paniniwala na hindi nasusukat o hindi makukumpirma ng dokumento, statistics at interview sa mga eksperto. Tingnan ninyo itong Facebook post na nagsabing wala raw ebidensya na may SARS-CoV-2, ang virus na nagdudulot ng COVID-19. Sa mahabang post na ito, naghalo ang opinyon at mga statement of fact. Ito lamang ang mga statement of fact. Dapat relevant o makabuluhan ng pahayag na inyong i-verify. Pasok dito ang pahayag ng mga kilalang tao o tungkol sa kanila o may kinalaman sa mga nangyayari sa kasalukuyan. Makabuluhang i-verify ang post na ito dahil umikot ito ngayong panahon ng pandemya sa COVID-19. Sa online post, idinadagdag namin ng criteria na virality. Marami ba ang shares nito? Marami ba ang nag-upload nito? Ano ba ang impact nito sa tao? Mahalaga bang malaman ng mga nakakita ng post na hindi totoo ang nabasa nila? Ngayong pandemic, maraming umiikot na hindi totoong claim na maaaring makapinsala sa kalusugan at kailangang itama agad. Tandaan, kadalasang may kinalaman sa current events ang kahalagahan ng isang pahayag na magsasabi kung pwede itong i-fact check o hindi. Kaya mahalagang updated tayo lagi sa mga balita mula sa legitimate sources. Ang panghuling criteria, feasible o magagawa bang i-fact check ang pahayag na ito? Kaya ba itong i-fact check sa limitadong oras? Ang claim na inyong ipa-fact check ay kailangang makapagpapatunay o makapagbibigay ng konteksto gamit ang mga ebidensya gaya ng opisyal na dokumento, record o lehitimong news report. Mahalaga rin na kaya itong magawa agad. May pag-aaral na nagsasabing mas mabilis kumalat online ang mga peke o maling impormasyon kesa sa mga totoo. Kaya naman bukod sa tama, kailangang mabilis din ang pagpa-fact check. Tandaan muli ang 3 criteria na ito sa inyong pagpa-fact check. Dapat ito ay statement of fact, relevant o makabuluhan, at mapapatunayan gamit ang opisyal na sources.
Next month, tuturuan naman namin kayo paano suriin ng mga manlolokong website. Abangan yan dito sa Promise, Walang Lokohan. Huwag kalimutang mag-like at subscribe.
Ako si Celine.
At ako naman si Marinette.
Araw-araw sa Vera Files, ginagalugad namin ang social media para hanapin at itama ang kumakalat ng mis at disinformation. Sa video series na ito, tuturuan namin kayo kung paano nyo rin ito magagawa gamit ang inyong cellphone o computer.
Sa aming pang-apat na tutorial ngayon, bibigyan namin kayo ng tips sa masusing pagre-research kung totoo ba o hindi ang isang piraso ng impormasyon.
Noong 2019, mga gawa-gawang quote na ipinangalan sa mga kilalang tao ang pinakasikat na panloloko na umikot sa social media. Ngayong COVID-19 pandemic, patuloy ang paglikha at pagpapakalat nito mula sa mga peking anunsyo, walang katuturang abiso o papuri raw ng mga royalty, artista at leader ng ibang bansa kay Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Madali lang itong i-fact check. Sa Google may tinatawag na search operators. Magagamit ito para mas partikular ang makuha nating mga resulta. Umikot ang post na ito noong Abril. Sabi raw ng Nobel Prize awardee na si Tasuku Honjo, ang virus na nagdudulot ng COVID-19 ay manufactured at completely artificial. Sinabi rin daw niya na 4 na taon siyang nagtrabaho sa Wuhan, China. Gawa-gawa lang ito. Para malaman kung totoo itong pahayag, kopyahin ang quote, ilagay sa search bar, at ipaloob sa quotation marks. Kapag ikinulong nyo ang isang salita, parirala o pangungusap sa quotation marks, ang ilalabas na mga resulta ng Google ay kung ano lamang ang hinahanap nyo. I-check ang mga resulta at tingnan kung may mapagkakatiwala ang website na may tugmang pahayag. Ang totoong pahayag ay kadalasang matatagpuan sa search results. Halimbawa, itong anunsyo ng World Health Organization tungkol sa pandemya. Nakabold sa search results ang mga kapareha ng salita, parirala o pangungusap na inyong hinahanap. Para naman i-check kung talagang nagtrabaho si Honjo sa Wuhan, tingnan ng kanyang profesional na record. Hanapin ang kanyang bio sa Nobel Prize website na nobelprize.org. Para ang lumabas na search results ay mula lamang sa website na ito, itype ang site:"nobelprize.org". Isulat ang pangalan ni Honjo. Kung may particular na document type na gustong hanapin gaya ng PDF o Word file, itype ang file type:"PDF" o file type:"docx". Kilatisin ang lalabas na search results at tingnan kung may tungkol sa kanyang pagtatrabaho sa Wuhan. Sa kaso ni Honjo, wala. Panghuli, pwede ring gamitin ang search operators na AND or at AND-. Ginagamit ang AND para utusan ng Google na ang dalawang salita o pariralang pinapagitnaan nito ay dapat lumabas sa search results. Ang OR ay para sabihin sa Google na ang hinahanap ay isa sa mga salita o pariralang pinapagitnaan nito. Ang AND- ay para hindi lumabas sa search results ang entries na naglalaman ng salitang kasunod ng dash. Muli, para mapabuti ang inyong pagsasaliksik online, gamitin ang mga sumusunod na search operators: quotation marks, site:, file type:, AND, or at AND-. Samahan nyo kami sa susunod na buwan para sa isa na namang fact-check tutorial.
Alam nyo ba na sa halip na mag-type ng salita, pwedeng litrato ang iyong gamitin na pang-Google? Abangan natin yan dito sa Promise, Walang Lokohan. Huwag kalimutang mag-like at subscribe.
Ako si Celine.
At ako naman si Marinette.
Araw-araw sa Vera Files, ginagalugad namin ang social media para hanapin at itama ang kumakalat na mis at disinformation.
Sa video series na ito, tuturuan namin kayo kung paano nyo rin ito magagawa gamit ang inyong cellphone o computer.
Tinuruan namin kayo kung paano sumuri ng social media accounts. Paano naman kung website na ang pinag-uusapan? Mula Enero hanggang Oktubre ngayong 2020, 71 website ang nahuli ng Vera Files na naglabas ng hindi totoong impormasyon. I-check ang mga sumusunod para hindi maloko ng mga ito. Suriin ang pangalan at URL ng website. Noong Mayo, kumalat ang post na ito. Ang publisher ay ang website na cnnupdates.ml, halatang ginagaya ang international media organization na CNN. Peke ang report, pati ang website. Ito ang tunay na URL ng CNN Philippines at CNN International. Marami sa mga website na nagpapaikot ng peking istorya ay nagpapanggap na lehitimong media para makapanloko. Siguruhin na opisyal na website ang iyong tinitingnan. Mag-Google search o pumunta sa opisyal na social media accounts kung saan madalas nakalink ang URL ng totoong website. Hanapin din ang About Us page. Importante ang About Us page. Dito makikita ang lahat ng tungkol sa organisasyon. Makikita ito sa itaas o sa ilalim na bahagi ng website. Kung walang About Us tab, generic o template text lang ang laman nito, o mali-mali ang grammar at spelling ng teksto, magduda ka na. Hanapin din ang Contact Us page. Dapat may email address na gumagana. Minsan, inililista rin ang cellphone o telephone numbers at office address. Importante ang mga detalye na ito para makontak ng mga mambabasa ang publisher kung sila ay may mga tanong o nakitang mali na dapat itama sa istorya. Ang kawalan ng contact details ay paraan para makatakas sa pananagutan kung may mali o hindi totoo sa kanilang ipinopost. Maging maingat din sa mga website na wala nang contact details, nanghihingi pa sa inyo ng impormasyon, gaya ng website na ito. Pagdating sa mga headline, maging mapagmatyag din. Ang mga clickbait headline ay pain para mapukaw ang damdamin ng mga magbabasa, para agad itong paniwalaan, i-like o i-share, kahit hindi pa nababasa ang buong istorya. Kapag sobra kayong nasiyahan, nalungkot, o nagalit dahil sa headline ng isang report na inyong nakita, huwag ito agad-agad na paniwalaan at i-share. Kumalma ka muna. Tapos alamin kung mula ba sa lehitimong source ang impormasyon o hindi. Tugma ba ang headline sa content? At may ibang media ba na nag-report din ito? Pwede nyo rin i-check ang mga byline. Ito ang pangalan ng taong sumulat ng artikulo. Paraan ito para malaman kung sino ang responsable sa isang report. Kadalasan ito ay espesipikong tao, minsan naman ay media organization. Kung walang byline o hindi pangalan ng tao o organisasyon ang nakalagay dito, magdalawang isip ka kung kapani-paniwala ba ito. Sa susunod na makakita kayo ng mga website articles sa social media, huwag kalimutang i-double check ang mga sumusunod. Ang URL, about page at contact us page, ang mga headline at bylines. Sa Enero, pag-aaralan natin kung paano gamitin ang Google Search sa pagkumpirma kung totoo o hindi ang impormasyon na nakita nyo online. Abangan yan dito sa Promise. Walang lokohan. Huwag kalimutang mag-like at subscribe. Ako si Celine.
At ako naman si Marinette.
Araw-araw sa Vera Files, ginagalugad namin ang social media para hanapin at itama ang kumakalat na mis at disinformation. Sa video series na ito, tuturuan namin kayo kung paano nyo rin ito magagawa gamit ang inyong cellphone o computer.
Sa aming pang-apat na tutorial ngayon, bibigyan namin kayo ng tips sa masusing pagre-research kung totoo ba o hindi ang isang piraso ng impormasyon.
Noong 2019, mga gawa-gawang quote na ipinangalan sa mga kilalang tao ang pinakasikat na panloloko na umikot sa social media. Ngayong COVID-19 pandemic, patuloy ang paglikha at pagpapakalat nito mula sa mga peking anunsyo, walang katuturang abiso o papuri raw ng mga royalty, artista at leader ng ibang bansa kay Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Madali lang itong i-fact check. Sa Google may tinatawag na search operators. Magagamit ito para mas partikular ang makuha nating mga resulta. Umikot ang post na ito noong Abril. Sabi raw ng Nobel Prize awardee na si Tasuku Honjo, ang virus na nagdudulot ng COVID-19 ay manufactured at completely artificial. Sinabi rin daw niya na 4 na taon siyang nagtrabaho sa Wuhan, China. Gawa-gawa lang ito. Para malaman kung totoo itong pahayag, kopyahin ang quote, ilagay sa search bar, at ipaloob sa quotation marks. Kapag ikinulong nyo ang isang salita, parirala o pangungusap sa quotation marks, ang ilalabas na mga resulta ng Google ay kung ano lamang ang hinahanap nyo. I-check ang mga resulta at tingnan kung may mapagkakatiwala ang website na may tugmang pahayag. Ang totoong pahayag ay kadalasang matatagpuan sa search results. Halimbawa, itong anunsyo ng World Health Organization tungkol sa pandemya. Nakabold sa search results ang mga kapareha ng salita, parirala o pangungusap na inyong hinahanap. Para naman i-check kung talagang nagtrabaho si Honjo sa Wuhan, tingnan ang kanyang profesional na record. Hanapin ang kanyang bio sa Nobel Prize website na nobelprize.org. Para ang lumabas na search results ay mula lamang sa website na ito, i-type ang site : nobelprize.org. Isulat ang pangalan ni Honjo. Kung may particular na document type na gustong hanapin gaya ng PDF o Word file, i-type ang file type : PDF o file type : docx. Kilatisin ang lalabas na search results at tingnan kung may tungkol sa kanyang pagtatrabaho sa Wuhan. Sa kaso ni Honjo, wala. Panghuli, pwede ring gamitin ang search operators na AND or at N-. Ginagamit ang AND para utusan ng Google na ang dalawang salita o pariralang pinapagitnaan nito ay dapat lumabas sa search results. Ang OR ay para sabihin sa Google na ang hinahanap ay isa sa mga salita o pariralang pinapagitnaan nito. Ang N- ay para hindi lumabas sa search results ang entries na naglalaman ng salitang kasunod ng dash. Muli, para mapabuti ang inyong pagsasaliksik online, gamitin ang mga sumusunod na search operators: quotation marks, site : file type : AND, or at N-. Samahan nyo kami sa susunod na buwan para sa isa na namang fact-check tutorial.
Alam nyo ba na sa halip na mag-type ng salita,
Pwedeng litrato ang iyong gamitin na pang-Google? Abangan natin yan dito sa Promise, Walang Lokohan. Huwag kalimutang mag-like at subscribe.
Ako si Celine.
At ako naman si Marinette.
Araw-araw sa Vera Files, ginagalugad namin ang social media para hanapin at itama ang kumakalat na mis at disinformation.
Sa 6 na buwan simula ngayon, maglalabas kami ng 6 na video para turuan kayo kung paano nyo rin ito magagawa gamit ang inyong cellphone o computer.
Mga red flags sa social media account o page ang una nating tututukan. Sa loob ng 2 araw, nakakuha ng 4,000 comments itong Facebook post na naglabas ng aplikasyon para sa may gusto ng perang ayuda mula sa gobyerno. Peke ito, walang opisyal na Facebook page na magkasama ang Department of Labor and Employment o DOLE at Department of Social Welfare and Development o DSWD. Sabi pa ng DSWD, hindi sila nanghihingi ng personal na impormasyon sa social media. Ginagamit ng mga impostor na account gaya nito ang kredibilidad o kasikatan ng isang tao o institusyon para mas madali tayong maniwala sa impormasyong mali o nakapanliligaw. Minsan, para rin magparami ng likes at makakuha ng personal na impormasyon. Para malaman kung lehitimo ang isang social media account o page, sundin ang mga hakbang na ito. Hanapin ang verified badge sa pangalan ng account. Patunay ito na ang nagpapatakbo ng page o account ay ang tao o institusyon na nakapangalan. Walang blue check ang impostor. Ang tunay na DSWD, mayroon. Pero hindi lahat ng lehitimong account ay may verified badge, gaya nitong sa DOLE. Paano ito ngayon mache-check? Magpunta sa About tab, na kadalasan naglalaman ng deskripsyon ng tao o organisasyon, official website, at contact information na pwedeng tawagan o i-message. Kung wala o kulang-kulang ito, magduda ka na. Sa official website rin madalas makikita ang link sa tunay na social media page. Ang tunay na social media page, tama ang spelling at capitalization. Tingnan din kung may mga dagdag na salita sa pangalan ng account na hindi dapat. Pagdating sa followers, nakadududa rin kung ang isang institusyon o sikat na tao ay iilan lang ang followers. Pero linawin natin, hindi automatic na kapag marami ang followers ng isang account, ay credible ito o dapat agad paniwalaan. Taktika ng panloloko ng mga account ang magpalike ng kanilang page. Tingnan rin ang page transparency tab sa Facebook para malaman kung kailan ginawa ang isang Facebook page. Kung ito ay bagong gawa, pero nakapangalan sa isang matagal nang naitatag na institusyon, magduda ka na. Dito nyo rin makikita kung nagpalit ito ng pangalan at layunin. Sa Facebook groups, makikita nyo ito sa group history ng About page. Maging mapagmatyag rin sa post mismo ng account o page. Minsan, ang mga litratong ginagamit ay kinuha mula sa ibang organisasyon gaya nito. Ngayong panahon ng pandemya, maging mas maingat sa mga post na nakikita sa social media. Maraming nagsasamantala sa pagkakataong ito kung kailan marami sa ating mga kababayan ang naghahanap ng impormasyon. Gamitin ang tutorial na ito para malaman kung lehitimo o hindi ang isang social media account. Samahan niyo kami sa susunod na buwan para alamin kung ano ang mga bagay na pwedeng i-fact check. Abangan yan dito sa Promise, Walang Lokohan. Ako si Celine.
At ako naman si Marinette.
Araw-araw sa Vera Files, ginagalugad namin ang social media para hanapin at itama ang kumakalat na mis at disinformation. Sa video series na ito, tuturuan namin kayo kung paano nyo rin ito magagawa gamit ang inyong cellphone o computer.
Noong nakaraang buwan, ipinakita namin kung paano masisigurong lehitimo ang isang social media account. Ngayon, pag-aaralan natin kung ano-ano ang mga pwede nating i-fact check. Bago i-verify ang isang post o claim, tiyakin na oo ang sagot sa tatlong tanong na ito. Ang statement of fact ay pahayag na maaaring mapatunayan na totoo o hindi. Hindi lahat ng bagay ay maaaring i-verify. Halimbawa, ang opinyon na batay sa damdamin at paniniwala na hindi nasusukat o hindi makukumpirma ng dokumento, statistics at interview sa mga eksperto. Tingnan ninyo itong Facebook post na nagsabing wala raw ebidensya na may SARS-CoV-2, ang virus na nagdudulot ng COVID-19. Sa mahabang post na ito, naghalo ang opinyon at mga statement of fact. Ito lamang ang mga statement of fact. Dapat relevant o makabuluhan ang pahayag na inyong i-verify. Pasok dito ang pahayag ng mga kilalang tao o tungkol sa kanila o may kinalaman sa mga nangyayari sa kasalukuyan. Makabuluhang i-verify ang post na ito dahil umikot ito ngayong panahon ng pandemya sa COVID-19. Sa online post, idinadagdag namin ng criteria na virality. Marami ba ang shares nito? Marami ba ang nag-upload nito? Ano ba ang impact nito sa tao? Mahalaga bang malaman ng mga nakakita ng post na hindi totoo ang nabasa nila? Ngayong pandemic, maraming umiikot na hindi totoong claim na maaaring makapinsala sa kalusugan at kailangang itama agad. Tandaan, kadalasang may kinalaman sa current events ang kahalagahan ng isang pahayag na magsasabi kung pwede itong i-fact check o hindi. Kaya mahalagang updated tayo lagi sa mga balita mula sa legitimate sources. Ang panghuling criteria, feasible o magagawa bang i-fact check ang pahayag na ito? Kaya ba itong i-fact check sa limitadong oras? Ang claim na inyong ipa-fact check ay kailangang makapagpapatunay o makapagbibigay ng konteksto gamit ang mga ebidensya gaya ng opisyal na dokumento, record o lehitimong news report. Mahalaga rin na kaya itong magawa agad. May pag-aaral na nagsasabing mas mabilis kumalat online ang mga peke o maling impormasyon kesa sa mga totoo. Kaya naman bukod sa tama, kailangang mabilis din ang pagpa-fact check. Tandaan muli ang tatlong criteria na ito sa inyong pagpa-fact check. Dapat ito ay statement of fact, relevant o makabuluhan, at mapapatunayan gamit ang opisyal na sources.
Next month, tuturuan naman namin kayo paano suriin ng mga manlolokong website. Abangan yan dito sa Promise, Walang Lokohan. Huwag kalimutang mag-like at subscribe.
Ako si Celine.
At ako naman si Marinette.
Araw-araw sa Vera Files, ginagalugad namin ang social media para hanapin at itama ang kumakalat na mis at disinformation. Sa video series na ito, tuturuan namin kayo kung paano nyo rin ito magagawa gamit ang inyong cellphone o computer.
Sa aming pang-apat na tutorial ngayon, bibigyan namin kayo ng tips sa masusing pagre-research kung totoo ba o hindi ang isang piraso ng impormasyon.
Noong 2019, mga gawa-gawang quote na ipinangalan sa mga kilalang tao ang pinakasikat na panloloko na umikot sa social media. Ngayong COVID-19 pandemic, patuloy ang paglikha at pagpapakalat nito mula sa mga peking anunsyo, walang katuturang abiso o papuri raw ng mga royalty, artista at leader ng ibang bansa kay Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Madali lang itong i-fact check. Sa Google may tinatawag na search operators. Magagamit ito para mas partikular ang makuha nating mga resulta. Umikot ang post na ito noong Abril. Sabi raw ng Nobel Prize awardee na si Tasuku Honjo, ang virus na nagdudulot ng COVID-19 ay manufactured at completely artificial. Sinabi rin daw niya na 4 na taon siyang nagtrabaho sa Wuhan, China. Gawa-gawa lang ito. Para malaman kung totoo itong pahayag, kopyahin ang quote, ilagay sa search bar, at ipaloob sa quotation marks. Kapag ikinulong nyo ang isang salita, parirala o pangungusap sa quotation marks, ang ilalabas na mga resulta ng Google ay kung ano lamang ang hinahanap nyo. I-check ang mga resulta at tingnan kung may mapagkakatiwala ang website na may tugmang pahayag. Ang totoong pahayag ay kadalasang matatagpuan sa search results. Halimbawa, itong anunsyo ng World Health Organization tungkol sa pandemya. Nakabold sa search results ang mga kapareha ng salita, parirala o pangungusap na inyong hinahanap. Para naman i-check kung talagang nagtrabaho si Honjo sa Wuhan, tingnan ang kanyang profesional na record. Hanapin ang kanyang bio sa Nobel Prize website na nobelprize.org. Para ang lumabas na search results ay mula lamang sa website na ito, itype ang site : nobelprize.org. Isulat ang pangalan ni Honjo. Kung may particular na document type na gustong hanapin gaya ng PDF o Word file, itype ang file type : PDF o file type : docx. Kilatisin ang lalabas na search results at tingnan kung may tungkol sa kanyang pagtatrabaho sa Wuhan. Sa kaso ni Honjo, wala. Panghuli, pwede ring gamitin ang search operators na AND or at AND-. Ginagamit ang AND para utusan ng Google na ang dalawang salita o pariralang pinapagitnaan nito ay dapat lumabas sa search results. Ang OR ay para sabihin sa Google na ang hinahanap ay isa sa mga salita o pariralang pinapagitnaan nito. Ang AND- ay para hindi lumabas sa search results ang entries na naglalaman ng salitang kasunod ng dash. Muli, para mapabuti ang inyong pagsasaliksik online, gamitin ang mga sumusunod na search operators: quotation marks, site : file type : AND, or at AND-. Samahan nyo kami sa susunod na buwan para sa isa na namang fact-check tutorial.
Alam nyo ba na sa halip na mag-type ng salita, pwedeng litrato ang iyong gamitin na pang-Google? Abangan natin yan dito sa Promise, Walang Lokohan. Huwag kalimutang mag-like at subscribe.
Ako si Celine.
At ako naman si Marinette.
Araw-araw sa Vera Files, ginagalugad namin ang social media para hanapin at itama ang kumakalat na mis at disinformation.
Sa video series na ito, tuturuan namin kayo kung paano nyo rin ito magagawa gamit ang inyong cellphone o computer.
Tinuruan namin kayo kung paano sumuri ng social media accounts. Paano naman kung website na ang pinag-uusapan? Mula Enero hanggang Oktubre ngayong 2020, 71 website ang nahuli ng Vera Files na naglabas ng hindi totoong impormasyon. I-check ang mga sumusunod para hindi maloko ng mga ito. Suriin ang pangalan at URL ng website. Noong Mayo, kumalat ang post na ito. Ang publisher ay ang website na cnnupdates.ml. Halatang ginagaya ang international media organization na CNN. Peke ang report, pati ang website. Ito ang tunay na URL ng CNN Philippines at CNN International. Marami sa mga website na nagpapaikot ng peking istorya ay nagpapanggap na lehitimong media para makapanloko. Siguruhin na opisyal na website ang iyong tinitingnan. Mag-Google search o pumunta sa opisyal na social media accounts kung saan madalas nakalink ang URL ng totoong website. Hanapin din ang About Us page. Importante ang About Us page. Dito makikita ang lahat ng tungkol sa organisasyon. Makikita ito sa itaas o sa ilalim na bahagi ng website. Kung walang About Us tab, generic o template text lang ang laman nito, o mali-mali ang grammar at spelling ng teksto, magduda ka na. Hanapin din ang Contact Us page. Dapat may email address na gumagana. Minsan, inililista rin ang cellphone o telephone numbers at office address. Importante ang mga detalye na ito para makontak ng mga mambabasa ang publisher kung sila ay may mga tanong o nakitang mali na dapat itama sa istorya. Ang kawalan ng contact details ay paraan para makatakas sa pananagutan kung may mali o hindi totoo sa kanilang ipinopost. Maging maingat din sa mga website na wala nang contact details, nanghihingi pa sa inyo ng impormasyon, gaya ng website na ito. Pagdating sa mga headline, maging mapagmatyag din. Ang mga clickbait headline ay pain para mapukaw ang damdamin ng mga magbabasa, para agad itong paniwalaan, i-like o i-share. kahit hindi pa nababasa ang buong istorya. Kapag sobra kayong nasiyahan, nalungkot, o nagalit dahil sa headline ng isang report na inyong nakita, huwag ito agad-agad na paniwalaan at ishare. Kumalma ka muna. Tapos alamin kung mula ba sa lehitimong source ang impormasyon o hindi, tugma ba ang headline sa content, at may ibang media ba na nag-report din ito. Pwede nyo rin i-check ang mga byline. Ito ang pangalan ng taong sumulat ng artikulo. Paraan ito para malaman kung sino ang responsable sa isang report. Kadalasan ito ay espesipikong tao, minsan naman ay media organization. Kung walang byline o hindi pangalan ng tao o organisasyon ang nakalagay dito, magdalawang isip ka kung kapanipaniwala ba ito. Sa susunod na makakita kayo ng mga website articles sa social media, huwag kalimutang i-double check ang mga sumusunod. Ang URL, about page at contact us page, ang mga headline at bylines. Sa Enero, pag-aaralan natin kung paano gamitin ang Google Search sa pagkumpirma kung totoo o hindi ang impormasyon na nakita nyo online. Abangan yan dito sa Promise. Walang lokohan. Huwag kalimutang mag-like at subscribe. Ako si Celine.
At ako naman si Marinette.
Araw-araw sa Vera Files, ginagalugad namin ang social media para hanapin at itama ang kumakalat ng mis at disinformation. Sa video series na ito, tuturuan namin kayo kung paano nyo rin ito magagawa gamit ang inyong cellphone o computer.
Sa aming pang-apat na tutorial ngayon, bibigyan namin kayo ng tips sa masusing pagre-research kung totoo ba o hindi ang isang piraso ng impormasyon.
Noong 2019, mga gawa-gawang quote na ipinangalan sa mga kilalang tao ang pinakasikat na panloloko na umikot sa social media. Ngayong COVID-19 pandemic, patuloy ang paglikha at pagpapakalat nito mula sa mga peking anunsyo, walang katuturang abiso o papuri raw ng mga royalty, artista at leader ng ibang bansa kay Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Madali lang itong i-fact check. Sa Google may tinatawag na search operators. Magagamit ito para mas partikular ang makuha nating mga resulta. Umikot ang post na ito noong Abril. Sabi raw ng Nobel Prize awardee na si Tasuku Honjo, ang virus na nagdudulot ng COVID-19 ay manufactured at completely artificial. Sinabi rin daw niya na 4 na taon siyang nagtrabaho sa Wuhan, China. Gawa-gawa lang ito. Para malaman kung totoo itong pahayag, kopyahin ang quote, ilagay sa search bar, at ipaloob sa quotation marks. Kapag ikinulong nyo ang isang salita, parirala o pangungusap sa quotation marks, ang ilalabas na mga resulta ng Google ay kung ano lamang ang hinahanap nyo. I-check ang mga resulta at tingnan kung may mapagkakatiwala ang website na may tugmang pahayag. Ang totoong pahayag ay kadalasang matatagpuan sa search results. Halimbawa, itong anunsyo ng World Health Organization tungkol sa pandemya. Nakabold sa search results ang mga kapareha ng salita, parirala o pangungusap na inyong hinahanap. Para naman i-check kung talagang nagtrabaho si Honjo sa Wuhan, tingnan ang kanyang profesional na record. Hanapin ang kanyang bio sa Nobel Prize website na nobelprize.org. Para ang lumabas na search results ay mula lamang sa website na ito, i-type ang site : nobelprize.org. Isulat ang pangalan ni Honjo. Kung may particular na document type na gustong hanapin gaya ng PDF o Word file, i-type ang file type : PDF o file type : docx. Kilatisin ang lalabas na search results at tingnan kung may tungkol sa kanyang pagtatrabaho sa Wuhan. Sa kaso ni Honjo, wala. Panghuli, pwede ring gamitin ang search operators na AND or at AND-. Ginagamit ang AND para utusan ng Google na ang dalawang salita o pariralang pinapagitnaan nito ay dapat lumabas sa search results. Ang OR ay para sabihin sa Google na ang hinahanap ay isa sa mga salita o pariralang pinapagitnaan nito. Ang AND- ay para hindi lumabas sa search results ang entries na naglalaman ng salitang kasunod ng dash. Muli, Para mapabuti ang inyong pagsasaliksik online, gamitin ang mga sumusunod na search operators: quotation marks, site colon, file type colon, end, or, at end dash. Samahan nyo kami sa susunod na buwan para sa isa na namang fact-check tutorial.
Alam nyo ba na sa halip na mag-type ng salita, pwedeng litrato ang iyong gamitin na pang-Google? Abangan natin yan dito sa Promise, Walang Lokohan. Huwag kalimutang mag-like at subscribe.
Ako si Celine.
At ako naman si Marinette.
Araw-araw sa Vera Files, ginagalugad namin ang social media para hanapin at itama ang kumakalat na mis at disinformation.
Sa 6 na buwan simula ngayon, maglalabas kami ng 6 na video para turuan kayo kung paano nyo rin ito magagawa, gamit ang inyong cellphone o computer.
Mga red flags sa social media account o page ang una nating tututukan. Sa loob ng 2 araw, nakakuha ng 4,000 comments itong Facebook post na naglabas ng aplikasyon para sa may gusto ng perang ayuda mula sa gobyerno. Peke ito, walang opisyal na Facebook page na magkasama ang Department of Labor and Employment o DOLE at Department of Social Welfare and Development o DSWD. Sabi pa ng DSWD, hindi sila nanghihingi ng personal na impormasyon sa social media. Ginagamit ng mga impostor na account gaya nito ang kredibilidad o kasikatan ng isang tao o institusyon para mas madali tayong maniwala sa impormasyong mali o nakapanliligaw. Minsan, para rin magparami ng likes at makakuha ng personal na impormasyon. Para malaman kung lehitimo ang isang social media account o page, sundin ang mga hakbang na ito. Hanapin ang verified badge sa pangalan ng account. Patunay ito na ang nagpapatakbo ng page o account ay ang tao o institusyon na nakapangalan. Walang blue check ang impostor. Ang tunay na DSWD, mayroon. Pero hindi lahat ng lehitimong account ay may verified badge, gaya nitong sa DOLE. Paano ito ngayon mache-check? Magpunta sa About tab, na kadalasan naglalaman ng deskripsyon ng tao o organisasyon, official website, at contact information na pwedeng tawagan o i-message. Kung wala o kulang-kulang ito, magduda ka na. Sa official website rin madalas makikita ang link sa tunay na social media page. Ang tunay na social media page, tama ang spelling at capitalization. Tingnan din kung may mga dagdag na salita sa pangalan ng account na hindi dapat. Pagdating sa followers, nakadududa rin kung ang isang institusyon o sikat na tao ay iilan lang ang followers. Pero linawin natin, hindi automatic na kapag marami ang followers ng isang account, ay credible ito o dapat agad paniwalaan. Taktika ng panloloko ng mga account ang magpalike ng kanilang page. Tingnan rin ang page transparency tab sa Facebook para malaman kung kailan ginawa ang isang Facebook page. Kung ito ay bagong gawa, pero nakapangalan sa isang matagal nang naitatag na institusyon, magduda ka na. Dito nyo rin makikita kung nagpalit ito ng pangalan at layunin. Sa Facebook groups, makikita nyo ito sa group history ng About page. Maging mapagmatyag rin sa post mismo ng account o page. Minsan, ang mga litratong ginagamit ay kinuha mula sa ibang organisasyon gaya nito. Ngayong panahon ng pandemya, maging mas maingat sa mga post na nakikita sa social media. Maraming nagsasamantala sa pagkakataong ito kung kailan marami sa ating mga kababayan ang naghahanap ng impormasyon. Gamitin ang tutorial na ito para malaman kung lehitimo o hindi ang isang social media account. Samahan niyo kami sa susunod na buwan para alamin kung ano ang mga bagay na pwedeng i-fact check. Abangan yan dito sa Promise, Walang Lokohan. Ako si Celine.
At ako naman si Marinette.
Araw-araw sa Vera Files, ginagalugad namin ang social media para hanapin at itama ang kumakalat na mis at disinformation. Sa video series na ito, tuturuan namin kayo kung paano nyo rin ito magagawa gamit ang inyong cellphone o computer.
Noong nakaraang buwan, ipinakita namin kung paano masisigurong lehitimo ang isang social media account. Ngayon, pag-aaralan natin kung ano-ano ang mga pwede nating i-fact check.
Bago i-verify ang isang post o claim, tiyakin na oo ang sagot sa tatlong tanong na ito. Ang statement of fact ay pahayag na maaaring mapatunayan na totoo o hindi. Hindi lahat ng bagay ay maaaring i-verify. Halimbawa, ang opinyon na batay sa damdamin at paniniwala na hindi nasusukat o hindi makukumpirma ng dokumento, statistics at interview sa mga eksperto. Tingnan niyo itong Facebook post na nagsabing wala raw ebidensya na may SARS-CoV-2, ang virus na nagdudulot ng COVID-19. Sa mahabang post na ito, naghalo ang opinyon at mga statement of fact. Ito lamang ang mga statement of fact. Dapat relevant o makabuluhan ng pahayag na inyong i-verify. Pasok dito ang pahayag ng mga kilalang tao o tungkol sa kanila o may kinalaman sa mga nangyayari sa kasalukuyan. Makabuluhang i-verify ang post na ito dahil umikot ito ngayong panahon ng pandemya sa COVID-19. Sa online post, idinadagdag namin ang criteria na virality. Marami ba ang shares nito? Marami ba ang nag-upload nito? Ano ba ang impact nito sa tao? Mahalaga bang malaman ng mga nakakita ng post na hindi totoo ang nabasa nila? Ngayong pandemic, maraming umiikot na hindi totoong claim na maaaring makapinsala sa kalusugan at kailangang itama agad. Tandaan, kadalasang may kinalaman sa current events ang kahalagahan ng isang pahayag na magsasabi kung pwede itong i-fact check o hindi. Kaya mahalagang updated tayo lagi sa mga balita mula sa legitimate sources. Ang panghuling criteria, feasible o magagawa bang i-fact check ang pahayag na ito? Kaya ba itong i-fact check sa limitadong oras? Ang claim na inyong ipa-fact check ay kailangang makapagpapatunay o makapagbibigay ng konteksto gamit ang mga ebidensya gaya ng opisyal na dokumento, record o lehitimong news report. Mahalaga rin na kaya itong magawa agad. May pag-aaral na nagsasabing mas mabilis kumalat online ang mga peke o maling impormasyon kaysa sa mga totoo. Kaya naman bukod sa tama, kailangang mabilis din ang pagpa-fact check. Tandaan muli ang tatlong criteria na ito sa inyong pagpa-fact check. Dapat ito ay statement of fact, relevant o makabuluhan, at mapapatunayan gamit ang opisyal na sources.
Next month, tuturuan naman namin kayo paano suriin ang mga manlolokong website. Abangan yan dito sa Promise, Walang Lokohan. Huwag kalimutang mag-like at subscribe.
Ako si Celine.
At ako naman si Marinette.
Araw-araw sa Verifiles, ginagalugad namin ang social media para hanapin at itama ang kumakalat na mis at disinformation. Sa video series na ito, tuturuan namin kayo kung paano nyo rin ito magagawa gamit ang inyong cellphone o computer.
Sa aming pang-apat na tutorial ngayon, bibigyan namin kayo ng tips sa masusing pagre-research kung totoo ba o hindi ang isang piraso ng impormasyon.
Noong 2019, mga gawa-gawang quote na ipinangalan sa mga kilalang tao ang pinakasikat na panloloko na umikot sa social media.
I reminded everyone only those who are in the meeting room, particularly participants from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, will be receiving their certificates after this seminar. Kami po ay nagpapasalamat muli sa Polytechnic University of the Philippines, kay Dean Pasumbal, also Professor Hema Dimora, who will be our first speaker this morning. We are bringing the first of a series of our Scholastic Press Outreach Program in PUP today, virtually. Way back in, 3 years ago, we had our Scholastic Press Outreach Program, although the topic was about fake news. For the first time, this is going to be on voter education or voters education. You'll know more about the topic later on when Professor Mora will be giving you her presentation on democracy resilience. As I thank PUP, we also like to thank the Pimentel Institute for Leadership and Governance for being our partner today and for our Scholastic Press Outreach Program series. And of course, being supported by Hanns Seidel Foundation. Maraming salamat po Hanns Seidel Foundation or HSF for supporting PPI activities this year. Marami pa po activities ng PPI ngayong taon na ito. Ito po ang kauna-unahan namin for Scholastic Press Outreach Program, PUP. Pangalawa po, this month, we're bringing this to the Cavite State University. I also reminded other universities kung kayo po ay gusto nyong dali ng PPI ang Scholastic Press Outreach Program on voter education, pwede nyo po kaming sulatan at kami po ay isi-screen namin po yung mga request niyo para mapag-usapan namin kung ano po yung susunod namin na pupuntahan na school after ng PUP tsaka ng Cavite State University, okay? Again, maraming salamat PILG, maraming salamat PUP at maraming salamat sa Hanns Seidel Foundation. As we formally open our program today, I'd like to call our trustee for Mindanao and also the Vice President of the Philippine Press Institute. She is also Editor-in-Chief of the Mindanao Times based in Davao City. Siya po ay isang multi-awarded journalist. Kung hindi po nyo maririnig si Miss Amalia Cabusaw live, kasi po where she is now in Dumaguete, talagang crappy yung poor yung internet connection niya. Nag-record po siya ng video niya, ng audio niya para po sa kanyang welcome remarks. Please welcome PPI Vice President Amalia B. Cabusaw.
Good morning. Welcome to yet another web forum organized by the Philippine Press Institute. To our colleagues in media, the academe, our honored guests who took time off to be with us today, and to our partner, Hanns Seidel Foundation, good morning. Despite the COVID-19 pandemic, the Philippine Press Institute has not wavered in its mission of giving space to members and its networks, especially as we are confronted with issues that have been present even before we were hit by the pandemic. PPI has explored and put to good use technology as shown in the number of webinars and even talk shows it has conducted since last year. Today, we will be listening to experts who will give us insights and inspire us to work harder and be more relevant today more than ever. In behalf of our chair and the Board of Trustees of the Philippine Press Institute, I welcome you all to today's event. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Amy is in the meeting room. She is in Dumaguete right now. Okay, maraming salamat po ulit sa inyo lahat for taking heed of this invitation. Malaking bagay po sa PPI that we engage sa mga academic institution because the academics or the academic institution are a stage for significant discourses. When we started the Scholastic Press Outreach Program, inisip namin na ito ay napakahalagang bagay para ma-engage ang academics, yung mga estudyante, tsaka mga guro para po sa isang makabuluhan na talakay about media and information literacy, media information literacy. Hindi po namin binitawan yung aming mandato to be able to reach out to a lot of universities kung kaya man and if our resources permit, dahil ito po ay may kinalaman sa pagbuo ng isang magandang diskusyon sa isang napakahalagang bagay katulad ng voter education na alam natin ay malapit na po yung eleksyon. Pero this is one way, PPI is one way of contributing to the whole dynamics of discourses that are happening today. Having said that, ulit, hindi po namin mabubuo pag wala po ang PILG. So please welcome the President of the Pimentel Institute for Leadership and Governance, Attorney Gwendolyn Pimentel Gana.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Ariel. At
Good morning, ma'am.
buntag sa tanan.
Ngayong buntag.
So, to welcome you today, on behalf of the organizers of this forum, I would like to welcome all our participants and guests, especially those from PUP, and our panel of experts in the various areas of specialization. The subject of our forum today is both critical and timely. Critical because in this era of information technology, the citizens have been bombarded with a deluge of information that is both good and bad, true and fake, in multiple media platforms. There is a need to discuss how the stream of information in an unfiltered format should be accessed, processed, and evaluated by the people, especially the young, so that they will be armed with the proper tools in making informed and intelligent decisions. The subject is also timely because in a year or so from now, our nation will once again choose the next set of political leaders. The time is now to seriously develop a cohesive strategy to make the voters equipped and educated on the proper way to consume information that will enable them to wisely choose our leaders. As another national election cycle approaches, we expect various media platforms to be drenched in a flood of propaganda, political messages, advertisements, and agenda-driven press releases. That is why media and information literacy is crucial, because this skill set will empower the people to make informed choices. Democracy thrives when people engage in a free flow and exchange of information that yield to a well-informed society. With media literacy skills, the people will have the power to think through and decipher what is truly that will enable them to make sound choices. Today, we look forward to our panel of speakers and our guests to deepen our understanding and appreciation of the importance of media and information literacy in strengthening our democracy. Once again, welcome to the forum as we journey towards a common goal of empowering our people through the proper access, processing, and consumption of information in today's media landscape. So everyone, I wish you a very productive day. Let us all participate and open our hearts and our ears and listen to what we need to do in order to be an empowered society in a democracy. Magandang umaga muli at salamat sa lahat.
Maraming salamat, Attorney Gan. Thank you for joining us today. Malaking bagay po sa amin na mayroon pong partisipasyon ang PILG ngayon sa diskurso natin. At kami po we're all looking forward to the next legs of the Scholastic Press Outreach Program. Let me just introduce myself. My name is Ariel C. Sabellino. I'm the Executive Director and Trustee of the Philippine Press Institute, also known as the National Association of Newspapers. I also head the training operations of the Institute and special projects. And I'd like to thank the training team from Ate Bes to Sheila to Risa. On, of course, sa side ng PILG, Clarice, maraming salamat. On the side of Hanns Seidel Foundation, maraming salamat. Hats off to Caroline or Carol, maraming salamat. Our technical team, Rodgin and Kier, Priscilla, I already mentioned Ate Bes and marami pang iba. Maraming salamat po for mounting this production. On this note, I'd like to present to you our moderator and host for the first series of the Scholastic Press Outreach Program. She's editor at the Manila Standard. She's also a trustee, and we're so different. Actually, she's also a lecturer and educator as well. Please welcome our dear Joyce Pañares. Hi, Joyce. Good morning.
Hi, Ariel. Good morning.
You can now take the floor. How are you?
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our first Scholastic Outreach Program mounted by the EPI along with our partners, of course. So for this part of our discussion, we will have three speakers for our first part. But at this point, I'd also like to remind all of the students who are joining us today, if at any point during the discussions you have questions that you would like to raise, please feel free to key in your questions in the chat box so we could read them later during the Q&A forum, the open forum. So for now, we'll start with Dr. Hema D. Mora, the chairperson of the Department of Journalism of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. She will be presenting her talk will focus on democracy resilience. It's a research study done by PUP. Dr. Mora.
Yes, good morning, Joyce.
Good morning, ma'am. Hi.
Hello. Good morning to PPI, all the people in PPI, and our
Good
special guest.
morning.
Yes, good morning. And of course, good morning sa ating mga estudyante sa PUP. Not only the students, I can see some officials also and faculty. Thank you for, coming over and zooming in. Thank you because alam ko na naramdaman ninyo yung kahalagahan ng topic na ito. And today we're excited because we are to learn much from these discussions. Okay, I'll just give you a background here, before I start with my lecture on democracy resilience. While I was doing media researches, I happened to encounter the term democracy resilience from one of the studies in Israel. And, I was really taken aback dahil, the moment I read about the abstract and the research, I felt that why are we not discussing this in the Philippines? So I had that personal burden to conduct a personal research in democracy resilience because, as a responsible citizen of this nation, of course, lagi tayong may nararamdaman na sense of responsibility kung paano tayo magpo-contribute. How can we contribute to democracy in our nation? How can we contribute as a journalism major also and a chairperson of the Department of Journalism of PUP? I feel the burden to, be concerned about media freedom and democracy in our country. And so I took up the challenge to conduct a personal study on this. And then I called up Ariel. So at first, I just would like you to know na this was just a personal research. And all I wanted from Ariel was, participants from PPI sa ating mga civic journalists. Because I would like to have their perspectives about democracy resilience and media literacy. And of course, how they can contribute to this. But then again, when I was talking to Ariel, nagkagulatan na lang kami na parang he really found this very significant and he asked me to present it sa mga civic journalists natin. And while I was presenting it, I received very very good feedback from them. They all welcomed the research and they thought that this was a very good research. So yung personal na research ko ay naging, parang springboard ng isang campaign. I'm still finishing the research with a team, and we're doing it right now. And medyo nasa middle portion na kami. But then again, ang dami na naming nakuhang data, significant data, which will really contribute to the topic. And so what I will be presenting to you is, a part or a portion of the study because, I was really surprised na napaka-rich ng literature on democracy resilience sa iba't ibang mga bansa all over the world, across the globe. Pinag-aaralan na ang democracy resilience, especially sa mga democratic nations all over the world because we are much affected by the current pandemic, by the health crisis. So, apektado po ba talaga ng pandemic ang demokrasya? Yes, the answer is yes. It's been proven by research. And, tayo mismo, based on our personal experience, we know that it is somehow affected. So, that is my brief background there of how I got to study about democracy resilience. So let me begin right now. Ready na po ba ang bawat isa sa atin? So I hope that you're interested to listen to what I have to discuss with you. Kier, I would be screen sharing my PowerPoint right now. Okay, I hope you can see. So, mag-slide share lang po ako for now. Okay, from beginning. So, I hope that my slide is, yes, that's it. Okay, so when I was doing my study, I found out about 3 variables na hindi pwedeng separate from, from each other. So these 3 variables are democracy resilience, and then of course, medyo lalakaw lang ako ng konti, media literacy. Now when we talk about media literacy, isa sa mga goal ng MIL or Media and Information Literacy is to be an active citizen and to be, for civic engagement, para maging involved ka sa development ng iyong bansa. So civic engagement is not possible nowadays if you are not media and information literate. Now, in order for democracy to be resilient, kailangan po ang bawat isa sa atin ay merong civic engagement at merong media literacy. So I would like to proceed now with my slide. Okay. Okay, so first, pag-usapan muna po natin, democratic stability and resilience. Is it a challenge during the pandemic? As I've said, and as we all know, it is. Many countries worldwide, including leading democracies in the first world countries, of course, in the recent months, if you are, of course, I know you are listening and watching news. Now, we have witnessed and experienced many impositions, unprecedented restrictions on individual liberties and the democratic sphere. Okay, although this is from Baruch and Mordecai, based on our personal experience, alam na po natin ito dahil mismong tayo ay nakaranas nito. So we've experienced travel restrictions, freedom of movement restrictions. Like now, dapat po, ideally, tayo ay magkakaharap ngayon sa isang auditorium. But because of, restrictions, we have no choice but to do it on this platform, online. But, we are thankful na meron tayong ganitong klase ng avenue para makapag-usap pa din. That means we can still make a way for us to gather and to express our ideas amongst each other. So another is naramdaman din po natin yung paglimita sa ating right to privacy. It's napakalaking hassle na pupunta ka sa isang department store or sa isang establishment and then magpipirma ka for the contact tracing and ibibigay mo lahat yung impormasyon mo, even your mobile number, your email address, everything about you, yung sensitive data na galing sa'yo. But, we felt that we had no choice because this is being done for our safety. Di po ba? Okay, and we also experienced military intervention. Naku, hindi ko na po iisa-isahin yan. Alam nyo kung ano na ang ibig sabihin yan sa ngayon. Hindi lang yan checkpoints, hindi lang yan inspections. The military at ang kapulisan, they are now trying to intrude sa mga eskwelahan, sa mga establishmento, sa mga institusyon. Well, again, for what reason? Again, they would say it's for safety, it's for national security. So talaga pong naaapektuhan ang ating pratikong karapatan, Hindi natin yan maikakaila. Okay, sa kabila ng pandemic at ng COVID crisis, kung kayo po ay tatanungin ko, gugustuhin mo ba na ikaw ay nakatira sa isang demokratikong bansa? Ako po, ang sagot ko dyan ay yes na yes. Hindi ko ipagpapalit ang democracy ng aking bansa for anything else, why is it important that you still live in a democratic land or a democratic country sa kabila ng isang world health crisis? Okay, I'll give you the advantages, and it's all written here. If you would like to request my PowerPoint, I am willing to share it to you, all of you. Now, in a democratic regime, there is a stronger foundation for demands that the government function with transparency and the understanding that it can be criticized for concealing information. Di po ba? Kung ikaw ay opisyales, you are accountable. Hindi pwedeng nagko-conceal ka ng impormasyon na napakahalaga sa sambayanan. At meron kang accountability sa public na maging transparent sa lahat ng mga transaksyones at sa lahat ng mga dealings mo. Okay, next is that, of course, the ability to criticize the government and to expose its misconduct, which exists in democratic regimes. It creates an additional layer of protection for the public. Gusto ko po yan. Bilang bahagi ng public, gusto ko po na meron akong additional layer of protection. And ma-ensure ako that publicly elected officials are to promote the public good and not their personal interests. Lalo na po nasa pandemya na tayo, no? Dapat may sense of altruism na tayo ngayong mga panahon na ito. As is prevalent among authoritarian rulers. Kasi po, alam natin, sa mga authoritarian rules, talagang they take advantage of whatever power they have, especially pag may mga emergency situations. Okay, let me go on. Now, imposition of broad restrictions on individual rights and freedoms, as witnessed in many countries around the world, requires close supervision and checks and balances. I would like to give an emphasis to the term check and balance. Alam nyo, yan po ang meron sa isang demokratikong bansa, check and balance. And that is why I would rather, I would choose to be in a democratic nation. Kasi ako bilang isang citizen, gusto ko ng check and balance among the branches of the government to prevent misuse. Okay. So, ito po ang katotohanan at ito ang ganap sa ibang mga bansa. No? In some non-democratic countries, okay, there is a research to back this up. Napakadami po. Restrictions were used to, first, serve as cover to act against opponents of the regime. Ginagamit ang sitwasyon para labanan ang opponents ng gobyerno. Next is to disperse protests. And the third is to weaken elements of the opposition. Pangkaraniwan na po yan. Hindi ko na po siguro kailangang magtanong kung anong karanasan natin dito sa ating bansa. In countries with a stable democratic tradition and effective oversight of the regime, such practices have not been permitted. Now, if we are in a democratic country, it should not be allowed. It should not be permitted. So, isa po ito sa sukatan kung gaano kalusog ang demokrasya natin. So, isang napakahalagang question, how healthy is our democracy? How stable is our democracy at this point in time? Okay, I'll proceed to my I don't know why my slide is not moving. Parang nag-stuck. Ayan. Good. Okay. A democracy steadfast, okay, is reflected in part through its democratic resilience. Okay, dito na po ako, no? So, papasok na ako sa definition ng democracy resilience. Before I discuss with you the meaning of democratic resilience, hindi ko pwedeng laktawan ang societal resilience because it is taken in part from the concept of societal resilience. Now, societal resilience expresses the capacity of a system, ang sistema po ng isang bansa, to respond flexibly to a severe disruption or disaster, such as the pandemic that we are experiencing. Now, in accordance with its magnitude and severity of its consequences, in order to contain the damage and the inevitable decline of the system's functionality and to bounce back rapidly to its normal entity, structure, and conduct. So, ibig sabihin daw po, kung ang lipunan natin ay resilient, mas malamang sa hindi, ang ating demokrasya ay resilient din. Magandang pag-aralan, parang yung correlation niya. The correlation of societal resilience to democracy resilience. Napakagandang study. But this was not the focus of my study. Pero ito po ay napakagandang study na. Now, let me move on to the definition of democracy resilience. Democratic resilience evolves from the concept of societal resilience and seeks to examine the conditions under which democracy can properly deal with disruption or disaster. Ibig sabihin ba kapag nagkaroon ng pandemya or nagkaroon ng isang malakihang kalamidad, mawawala na ang demokrasya? No, it's supposed to be there. It will definitely be affected, but it's supposed to be resilient. Yan po yung ibig sabihin niya. I have to explain it this way dahil napakadami pong estudyante dito sa ating Zoom. No? So, this is also for the understanding of our youth attendees and youth participants, particularly our PUP students. Okay, let me move on. Okay. I'm really having some difficulty lang po so sa transitioning because parang nag-stuck up yung aking keyboard. I'm trying to Kier, I think paki-ready mo yung backup na PowerPoint ko kasi kahit na press ako ng press sa button, di siya nagmo-move yung aking slide. So it's like na-stuck ako dito sa definition ko ng societal resilience and democracy resilience. Okay, I think I would I would prefer your backup since I gave you a PowerPoint. Okay, so siguro po ay mag-unshare muna ako, stop share muna ako. And then I would wait for Kier's sharing of my PowerPoint. Kier, I would definitely need your assistance, kasi nag-stuck up yung aking keyboard and it's not moving my slides. I don't know why. So going back, napakahalaga po na naiintindihan natin na ang resilience ng isang democracy ay nakasalalay din, parang in part, sa resilience ng isang society. Kung gaano ka-stable ang isang lipunan sa pagharap niya sa mga pagsubok. May kinalaman din po ang stability or ang resilience ng democracy na meron ng isang bansa. So also, I would like to give emphasis to the fact that hindi lang po natin ito karanasan, So this is being experienced by all democracies, all leading democracies all over the world. If you will research, if you will Google democracy resilience, napaka-rich po, as I said, ng literature, and matutuklasan ninyo kung ano ang ganap sa iba't ibang mga bansa in full detail. Okay, so I would encourage everyone to do their own private researches on democracy resilience and how is democracy affected by the World Health Crisis across the globe. Okay, so next slide na tayo. Here, please assist me. Can we proceed? Yes. So, a democracy qualifies as resilient if its attributes of, ito na po, yung apat, napakahalaga. I'm telling you this because this is related literature and this research has been done in Israel and in other parts of the world. Recovery, flexibility, adaptation, and innovation. If these are capable of addressing complex challenges and weathering and responding to the crisis that affect its survival or durability and its overall quality and performance. So qualified siya kung kaya niyang i-weather ang mga pagsubok na yan. So again, recovery, flexibility, adaptation, and innovation. So, important question for us to ponder. Maganda na habang nagkakaroon tayo ng discussion na katulad nito, we stop and pause for a while and then we think. And meron tayong isang question na sasagutin. How resilient is the Philippine democracy in the present crisis? So yan ay masasagot mo kung papaano ka nagpa-participate. Papaano, you cannot answer this if you are not engaging in societal affairs. So, napakahalaga talaga ng civic engagement. Okay, next slide please, Kier. Now, eto na po. May prelude na ako kanina. No? So, democracy resilience requires active civic engagement among its citizens. Actually, hindi lang simpleng civic engagement. It has to be active. Yes, the term active is very important for this. Civic engagement means, okay, this is a definition. I have, my bibliography is nasa dulo, no? So, ito ay mga kinuha ko ring working definitions from related literature. Civic engagement means making a difference in our communities and developing a combination of knowledge. Naku, pasok na pasok dito ang MIL skills, values, and motivation needed to enact change. Which means, paano ka mag-enact ng change kung wala kang civic engagement, kung wala kang active civic engagement? I would like to direct this to the youth, to our PUP participants. Napakasarap tanungin, ano? Kayong mga PUPians, are you actively engaging in civic affairs? How is your active civic engagement? How is your civic engagement? Is it active? I hope it is. I do hope it is, especially sa mga communication students natin. Now, it also includes formal and informal activities such as volunteering. Eto na. It includes voting. Ang pagboto ay civic engagement. Okay, hindi lang simpleng pagboto. It has to be voting wisely. Lobbying for a politician, community gardening, completing the census, coaching a community sports team, writing to ballot initiatives, and more. Lahat yan ay bahagi ng active civic engagement natin. At yan ay isang exercise na na-enjoy natin in a democratic nation. So, I do hope that ma-appreciate natin na pwede kong gawin ito dahil nasa isang demokratikong bansa ako. Okay, move on here, please. Okay, so active civic engagement requires I would like to excuse myself for a while kasi na-lowbat. My laptop is giving me a signal na lowbat ako, baka bigla akong muto. So, for a while lang po, for a while.
Okay, we will wait for Dr. Mora to return, pending her recharging her laptop. So again, for our participants from PUP, if you have questions, please don't, wag po kayong magdalawang isip na ilagay yung tanong ninyo sa chat box natin. Wala pong mali o tamang tanong. May mga tanong lang po na hindi natin natatanong at yun po ang gusto nating iwasan. Parte po ng demokrasya ang makapagtanong ng walang takot. Now, Dr. Mora is back.
Yes. Thank you, Joyce. Thank you, Joyce.
Sure
so, talagang gano'n meron tayong mga technical concerns. Okay, so after going back to civic engagement, active civic engagement requires media and information literacy, lalo na sa ganitong sitwasyon natin na nasa pandemya tayo. At hindi natin magawang mag face-to-face. So lahat tayo ay nagre-rely sa ating teknolohiya. Lahat tayo ay nagre-rely sa online platforms natin. Mas lalo na. You know why? Because media literacy requires knowledge and, know-hows in using different and various online platforms. So media literacy is also an empowering means to address threats to democracy. Kung ikaw ay media literate, then maa-address mo ang mga threats sa demokrasya sa bansa mo. Okay, developing an empowered population that can identify and avoid misinformation, as well as unjust attempts to invalidate legitimate sources on its own terms, is not only the most effective solution available. Ano pa ba? It is also the most democratic way to restore trust. Yes, trust in media, trust in fellow citizens, and trust in other institutions. It empowers citizens to make informed choices. Ito yung, palagay ko, this is the term of the day, ano? Informed choices, informed decisions. Sa isang democratic na bansa, hindi ka basta-basta magdedesisyon, hindi ka basta-basta pipili, hindi ka basta-basta gagawa ng mga bagay-bagay nang hindi ka kumukuha ng sapat na impormasyon regarding your choices and decisions. So, you have to make informed choices about what information is worthy of your trust. Instead of leaving those decisions to government or other entities, which can cross a fuzzy line between serving the people and outright censorship, something counter to democratic ideals. Ayan, palagay ko po sa part na ito, napakalinaw naman. Napakalinaw ng pag-uugnay natin sa democracy resilience, civic engagement, and media literacy. Ibig sabihin, yung tatlo na yan ay kawing-kawing. You cannot separate one from the other. Hindi pwedeng may democracy resilience kung walang media literacy. Hindi pwedeng sabihin mo na media literate ka kung hindi ka naman, wala ka namang civic engagement. You know? So, that is why they are related to each other. Okay, next year, please. So, media literacy, I go now to media literacy. Why am I discussing media literacy? Ito pong outreach na ito ng PPI has something to do with voters' education. It has something to do also with voting literacy. You know, natutuwa ako, merong dalawang term of the season. I think that's resilience and literacy. Gamit na gamit yan ngayon in the pandemic era natin. So, why is media literacy important in civic engagement? Yes, because it is an important factor in promoting democracy. Media literate people know and understand that in a democracy, their freedom of expression is guaranteed by their constitution. And that the fourth estate, sana po nakapag-lecture din ako sa mga mambabatas. I would like to do this in Congress, in Senate, and in the executive. Ang unang ma-educate dito ay ang mga major branches ng gobyerno natin. And the fourth estate, the media should deliver messages to the people without being oppressed or intimidated. Speaking of oppressed and intimidated, pasensya na po kasi hindi ako naglugay ng buhok ko, hindi ako makapag-hair flip dito. No? We should not be oppressed or intimidated by the authorities of the respective country or any entities that have the authority to prevent information from the people. Napakasimple. And I don't see anything wrong with this. We do not see anything wrong with this. Pwede ba na kapag ginawa ng media ang trabaho niya, wala namang personalan, please do not oppress us. Please do not intimidate us. We are just doing our job and we are helping preserve democracy in this nation. Okay, next year, please. So media literacy enhances democracy in a strategic way to involve passive to active, from recipient to participant, from consumer to citizen. Tayo po ngayon ay tinatawag na ng mga prosumers. Yes, each and every one of us, we don't just consume, we already produce. Why? Ang dali-daling mag-post sa social media ngayon. And once you post a message, you are already considered a producer. Now, challenges posed by the need for mass surveillance, economic crisis, and potential second or third waves of the COVID-19 pandemic suggests that the resilience of democratic regimes cannot be taken for granted. And most especially sa ating bansa po, it cannot and it should not be taken for granted. Ako po personally, hindi ako papayag. Hindi ako papayag na agawin sa akin ang demokrasya ng bansa ko. You know, I think my research is my contribution to my democracy, to our democracy, to the democracy in our nation. Care. Media literacy enhances democracy in a strategic way. Okay, teka lang. Doon muna tayo bago ako magtapos. In a strategic way to involve, passive to active. Now, pupunta po ako dito sa sa voting kasi this is voters education, voting literacy. You know, in the middle of this pandemic, there is a call for us to play active parts in civic engagement, most especially in voting and in our preparations for voting. Kasi hindi ka naman basta pupunta lang sa isang, vote sa presinto para bumoto. Before you do that, may proseso ka dapat na pagdadaanan. Yun yung, babalik ako dun sa informed choice mo, informed decision mo. Did you research? Nowadays, napakadali na mag-research. Pero be careful. Dahil along the way, sa pagre-research mo, hindi mo alam na naloloko ka pala. Pwede yon. Why? Kasi hindi ka marunong mag-fact check. Diba? Nabibiktima ka ng misinformation and disinformation. So, kung ikaw ay gullible, we call it gullible, mapaniwalain. Kahit anong ma-encounter mo, paniniwalaan mo na lang. Diba? So, yun palang nakuha mong impormasyon yung isang botante nagsasabi na siya ay graduate ng ganito, hindi naman pala. Yung isang botante nag-claim na siya ay graduate ng ganitong eskwelahan, hindi pala nakagraduate. Ang daming ganon. So, our politicians nowadays are worthy enough. No one is worthy of your trust, especially when it comes to a political election. Dahil alam natin,
focus on the people and so on.
Kahit anong ma-encounter mo,
but the second component of which is combination ng core systems and madalas medyo nagdadalawang isip na tayong bumoto kasi parang pakiramdam mo wala nang nangyayari.
Kahit anong ma-encounter mo,
I think Clarice knows how I've been active not only in the classroom but also outside organizing, participating in government and so on. And then for a while, you'd like to think na, uy, maganda ito, no? So much things are happening, maraming na-accomplish, and then suddenly in a snap, medyo iba na. No? So ganun palagi yung sistema natin. And so this is what I wanted to share with you. No? I hope
kahit anong
you won't... Which this, so, ganun palagi board, I prepared about 50 slides. Is that okay? What I wanted to share, ba talaga pag live, makikita mo yung reaksyon ng mga tao eh.
Correct,
no?
sir.
So let me share my screen. All right. So, for the longest time, no, I'm inclined to think that systems are fundamental. Right now, of course, I'm trying to finish the long-delayed book on state making. In fact, if we are going to compare the trajectory of democracy all over the world, it has very much significant relationship with the development of the state. The state, not only as which is a mythical entity, but as a set of public institutions. Okay, but we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about how such institutions actually impact on democracy, how it strengthens, how it sustains democracy. Kasi hindi pwedeng puro participation lang. No, it's good that we're supported by Hanns Seidel. At least about twice or thrice already, I sat in what's this, the assessment of development initiatives, no, not only in the Philippines but in Asia Pacific. But the constant requirement in any project that you're going to propose, no, to be funded by any funding institution, by any development organization, is quote-unquote participation. Pero alam mo kasi yung participation, kung puro participation pero hindi kung puro participation but it cannot be absorbed, no, by processes, wala rin, no. So this is the reason why at times it becomes beyond participation and to the point that it results to anarchy, no. So ano bang klaseng politika meron tayo? It's a vicious circle vertically, no. We have a Philippine political, economic, and social environment that remains at best rudimentary, no. Marami yan, no. Whether regardless of which part of the political spectrum you belong to, regardless of ideological persuasion, I'm sure you've heard of so many assertions that ours is still feudal in nature, because essentially, we don't choose leaders in terms of programs and projects. I encountered just a while back an article saying comparing Merkel, President Xi, Duterte, and former U.S. President Trump. And immediately my reaction was, it's difficult to compare apples and oranges, no? Kasi unang-una, magkakaiba ng terms of office, fixed term yung sa atin. So political system-wise, iba na. The way we choose our leaders, if at all we actually are able to choose our leaders. What I say by that is, every election parang ang mapipili mo lang yung pwede na, no? Kasi ang hirap tumakbo eh. You have to be a billionaire for you to even consider running for office. And we don't have real political parties. And guess what? We're already in the 21st century. And supposedly we've had a revolution, but it's not really a revolution. You know, hindi kayo maniniwala, no? There's this online media organization. Nung nagsimula ito, hindi ko nabanggitin yung pangalan kasi obvious naman, no? Nung nagsimula ito, I've been very active with them. I was one of the first contributors. They call quote-unquote thought leaders. Pero hindi na ako nag-contribute after a while kasi nung nagsulat ako about the 1986 revolution, EDSA revolution as a restoration and not a revolution. Aba, nabago yung article ko, opinion nga yun eh, op-ed eh. Oh. So when I got back to them, sabi ko, bakit nabago itong paper na ito, inedit daw? Sabi ko, parang first time na inedit yan. And I had to lecture them that the idea that the EDSA revolution is not a revolution but a mere restoration is not actually coming from me. I quoted so many different academics, no, with their various papers explaining why it was a restoration. But anyway, ganun na nangyari. And so I thought, hindi na ako magsulat dito. So this is the reason why every election, everyone seems to look forward to it, unless of course you become jaded. No? Pansinin ninyo, no? My son is studying abroad, and he was telling me, bakit dito parang malaking issue na umabot na ng 70% ang voting record? Kasi sabi ko, sa advanced democracies, masaya na sila kung if they breach the 50% threshold. But that was in the 80s and 90s. Recently, nag-increase na naman ang voting turnout, no? Starting with the time that Prospero ran for office, no? And of course, most recently with the election of Joe Biden, and previous to that, the election of Trump. Kasi nararamdaman na nila na kailangan na naman nilang mag-participate kasi medyo hindi maganda ang nagiging performance ng government. But when the government starts to perform and everyone seems to appreciate, no, what's happening, parang hindi nabibigyan ng significance masyado, no, yung elections, no? So if we look at the kind of setup we have, no, the kind of politics we have, the problem really is ours is very much personalistic. No? When it comes to policies and programs, it's not objective. In other words, it's not applicable to everyone. No? Palakasan. So parochial palagi, self-interested. It always starts with a good idea. Okay? Pero almost, tingnan nyo na lang yung anti-distracted driving. Tapos ito recently, itong child seat law. No? Maganda yung batas, pero pag implementation na nagkakaproblema. No? Kasi it's our public institutions that's really problematic. Okay? I'm not even sure if there is some kind of collaboration that actually happens between policy making and implementation. No? When it comes to leadership, especially if you're running for office, as I've already told you, the experience is not much of a currency. It rarely becomes a currency. The more important currency really is personal influence, no? Popularity. Why? Because at the end of the day, it all boils down to funding. You can ask Clarice, for example, now that we're at the preparing for the 2022 elections. The question now is, do we choose a popular sport icon? Sinabi ko lang sport icon, hindi wala akong sinabing pangalan, no? Or do we choose another? You could very well say, no, but this guy is kind-hearted, he has all the intent and everything. Intent is something, no? The question really is whether that intent can in fact be translated into effective governance. We've seen that a lot of times. It's like saying, we have PRRD now, we have Digong, and for everyone who's close to the president or who personally knows the president, would surely say that he's a well-meaning guy. In fact, you might be surprised if you know him personally. Hindi siya yung misogynist na kilala natin, no? But for some reason, publicly, iba yung kanyang persona. But what I'm saying really is, was he able to translate everything that he wanted to do in governance? Ito na lang federalism. You know, I'm not sure if you know me as a guy who's been actively involved in federalism, and we were all quite frustrated. No? For a while, we thought that eto na, we're able to pursue real reforms, pero wala na naman nangyari. No? This explains to you why, if you ask asan ang headquarters ng political party mo, ituturo ka doon sa bahay ng leader ng political party. Kasi walang professional organization yung political party. Meron man siguro kakatiting lang. But even if you have a small group of professional secretariat, supposedly, or a small group of political staff, no? At the end of the day, they all become subject to the political, to the personal leaders of the political party. Hindi nata-translate into something that's institutional. So, ano bang klaseng mga political party meron tayo? Binigyan ko lang kayo ng example. Lahat ng political party natin, personalistic. Siguro talagang mali yung personalistic, pero siguro totoo na rin yan. No? Personalistic, dynastic, clientelistic. In other words, the kind of political parties that we have are traditional. And this is the reason why each time that you have a new president, you have a new administration, almost always you see the same booty capitalist setup, meaning everyone who gets to be appointed makes full use of their position for their own personal interest. Not all, I'm not saying everyone, but most at least. Do you see any political party that's not identified to a particular person? No. Unfortunately. Perhaps I might be biased to say that PDP Laban is not, but just the same, there are some limitations that the party face as far as not only this current administration, but in transitioning to the next election. Why? Again, even if you have the fully organized institutional political party, because of the whole setup, the whole system, it almost always degenerate into the same traditional political party. Let me tell you about routines and systems. We always tell ourselves, alam mo, dahil sa culture, no? You know, I don't buy that culture argument. I always explain that, you know, systems matter because it becomes part of your routine. No? Nagiging part ng pag-uugali mo. No? O nasa school kayo. Dati-dati, bago nag-pandemic, no? 'Di ba meron kang assigned na classroom. No? So pagpasok ng bagong semester, meron kang papel, nakalagay doon anong room number, anong oras, yung subject mo, sinong professor mo. 'Di ba? Tuwing bagong semester ganyan. Try to jot down memory lane, and you will notice, you will not fail to notice that after a week, okay, or just a few days, alam mo na kagad, kumbaga kahit na nagte-text ka, no? Hindi mo na kailangang alamin kung ano yung room mo, anong oras ka lilipat, and so on, no? Kasi parang matic, no? Automatic. Your feet will bring you to your next classroom, will bring you to your next subject. Okay? In other words, because it's part of your routine already, no? You behave in a way that's automatic to your everyday life. Okay? Sa traffic, like ito, favorite example ko to. Why is it that in Metro Manila, for example, motorists almost always don't know how to follow traffic rules and regulations?
Yeah.
Almost every crossroad you have a traffic light. Okay? But I'm sure you've been to Subic, for example, or Clark. Not every crossroad there has a traffic light. Ngayon, dinadagdagan na nila, no? Just recently I was there. But still, not every crossroad has a traffic light. But why is it that every motorist almost always puts to a full stop when he gets to the crossroad? Kahit na wala siyang kasunod, titingin siya left or right. No? Puts to a full stop and then he goes. Automatic yan. You might want to ask yourself why. No? Because precisely, it's not because, you know, motorists from Olongapo and or Bataan mga anghel, no, at mababait yung mga yan at marunong sumunod sa rules and regulations. No. They know that the moment they enter the facility, that there are rules and regulations that have to be followed strictly. But in situations where you know that you have a traffic enforcer that almost always hides in a post, and tapos bubulagain ka na lang, meron kang traffic violation, manghihingi na lang sa yan, no? Alam na nila yung alam na nila yung practice. Doon sa Subic walang ganon, no? They know that when you're caught by the traffic cam, that's it. Okay? So people behave in a way that is expected of them by the system, by the general environment. It's not even a question of morality, but the basic sense of what harms and what benefits. You know, people are rationally calculating people. Don't ever think again that, you know, sabi nila yung mga botante hindi nag-iisip. There's always a term that's used, bobotante, nabibili lang daw, and so on and so forth. I would always say no. Ang problema kasi sa sistema natin, wala ka talagang mapili, pipiliin mo na lang yung lesser evil eh. Kasi in terms of nominating, no, for an elective office, actually walang nomination na nangyayari. Kung sino lang yung may gusto at sino yung may kayang tumakbo, yun ang tumatakbo. Hindi lahat ng may kayang tumakbo at hindi lahat ng may pagkakataong tumakbo yung talagang qualified na tumakbo. That's the unfortunate circumstance of our system. In fact, even planning, for example, I've been working with local governments since 2007. And mind you, planning is probably the weakest, if at all it's present, no, in the kind of governance that we do. Ayaw mo maniwala, yun na nga lang zoning eh. Residential area, biglang merong ganitong facility doon, biglang merong karaoke, ang ingay. Hindi ka naman makareklamo. Sabihin nila, doon ka sa exclusive village kung ayaw mo ng ingay. You see, all of it boils down to the fundamental importance of information and therefore participation to promote rationality, which is quite problematic in this day and age. I hope that everyone who's into social media would not just like and share information without them doubly checking, if not triple checking, if the information that they're sharing is actually accurate. Ang daming misinformation because everyone can be a journalist right now. Okay? And I'm sure, of course, professional journalists would not agree to it, but whether we like it or not, there are so many who actually weren't trained to be journalists, but simply have morphed into some kind of a journalist that they are right now. Okay? Now, I was talking about that article comparing different leaders all over the world. And, you know, simply put, you have to know the difference between collegial and individual decision-making. Again, doon pa lang makikita mo na yung significance ng system. You wanna know more about it, you look for Ben Skinner's operant conditioning. Okay? Systems shape behavior. Okay? People would always say, for example, Prof, we can't shift from presidential to parliamentary because we don't have real political parties. My answer is another question. Can we have real political parties under the current setup? By way of discussion, I've already answered that question for you. Can we shift from unitary to federal? People would say, regardless of system, Prof, no? Ganyan din mangyayari. No. There are so many studies all over which actually show how more sustaining and more developmental it is when you actually make it a point to empower the regions. Sabihin mo, Prof, meron na tayong local governments, may decentralization. Do we actually have decentralization? Or do we actually have effectively devolved at least the 5 functions or services according to the local government code? I don't think so. This is precisely why up to now, we're still debating how to properly implement the Mandanas-Garcia ruling. Siyempre, ibang usapan na naman yan. No? I've been working with DBM in that regard. But I'm not paid by DBM, but by another development organization. No? But we're always encountering challenges along the way. National government agencies somehow wouldn't want to part with the powers that they enjoy. No? So that's the problem. I don't know why itong every now and then, I don't know why I encounter this problem when I'm sharing screen.
Doesn't move, Prof.
It
Tayo.
doesn't move. It doesn't move. I'm
Let's
using a Mac.
Professor Mora.
So you need to click the presentation po, then arrow left or right.
Yeah, I've been clicking everywhere already. In fact, no.
Baka naghang, Prof. Ano? Okay, let's try it again. Ayaw, sir.
Here, could you possibly share the presentation instead?
Yeah.
Do you have a copy of it?
I don't have, ma'am. You can email po, sir.
Clarissa, La, if you have the material of Professor Tayo, please send it via the GC.
So, wala siyang binigay sa akin. Oh. Parang naghang na siya. Siya mismo. Siya mismo nawala. Parang nawala na siya.
Okay.
So, wala na siya. Baka nagputol yung connection. Oo.
We'll give a few seconds for him to reconnect.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But I can hear his voice from the background. Parang siya yung Joyce, no? Professor Tayo.
Actually,
I can hear some murmurings. Yeah.
I think he was disconnected.
Yeah, disconnected siya.
Okay, we're waiting for Professor Tayo to be back online, on cam. We're reminding everyone you can get copies of the presentations from the speakers as we post them or upload them on the PPI website. And to those who are still outside the meeting room but have pre-registered and you are from PUP, you can still be let in the meeting room. So you can still go inside the meeting room. Okay? Yun. So you can get your certificate. So meron lang tayong problema. Joyce, ano?
Yeah, he had to restart daw.
Okay. We have 3 questions now.
Yeah, sure.
We're encouraging everyone to please, send in your questions or comments if you have. Ita Ellen has a comment. Ellen Tordesillas has a comment here in our chat box.
Yeah.
We'll read this one later.
And very interesting din, Joyce, while waiting for Professor Tai to come back. Meron isa dun sa chat room natin. I think she was mentioned, I was about to respond to her. Talking about civic engagement.
Andiyan na si Prof. Tayo.
Andiyan si Prof. Tayo, okay.
Hi, okay.
Hi,
so,
you're back.
Hi, sir.
Hi. Good, sir.
Mga 100 slides na lang to, no?
Sir, meron pa po kayong 10 minutes. Oo. 10 minutes na lang.
Yeah, hindi, saglit na lang ito.
Pero very interesting yung nyo, discussion nyo.
Just joking.
Oo.
All right. Okay. So, just to give you concrete examples, no? Siguro lalo na yung mga magtitisi sa mga estudyante natin. Ito magandang study ito. I-compare nyo lang yung mga palaging napapas na measure o mga batas, mga programa i-compare nyo dun sa palaging hindi napapas. Ewan ko kung napag-uusapan man lang ito. Buhay pa si Tatay Nene at saka si sino ba yung mga kasama ko na nagpukil, no? Of Philippine politics. But don't get me wrong, I don't agree with what Congress wants to do. Essentially, Congress wants to empower itself, no, to be the one that can amend the Constitution by itself, no. Even if the purpose is only to remedy this restrictive provision, medyo sa akin hindi acceptable yan. We might want to be more specific when it comes to defining and redefining our national economic policy. So basically, this is what Jerry Sikat says. No? There's a symbiotic relationship, no, between a supposedly nationalist provision in the Constitution, restricting foreign investment or foreign presence in key industries. You might want to ask why we have very limited number of media organizations, why we have limited choice as far as telcos in the country. Perhaps I can already show you later, no? I can just fast forward. What do we need? Kasi I suppose you might want to consider so many of which as we prepare for 2022 elections. Let's ask some of the would-be leaders, no? Particularly if they are running for the Senate or even running, especially if they're running for president or vice president. Okay, what do they think of social welfare? Everywhere you go, all over the world, social welfare is effectively a local government function. Why do we insist on still maintaining that at the national level? Why do we have a separate, did you know that, I'm not sure if they have already remedied this, but the Climate Change Commission works with the Disaster Risk Reduction, National Disaster Risk Reduction Agency by way of a memorandum of agreement. And this was even brokered by the United Nations, UNDP, United Nations Development Program. Pareho namang under OP yan. Ba't mo kailangan pa ng MOA for both agency to work together? My goodness. Again, I mentioned to you the national map. Okay? It can only be completed if the national government works with the local government. You give them the tools and have them do their own mapping with your set of standards and processes. We need to reform the justice system. Okay? How do we reform that? Well, kasama na dyan yung last bullet, no? Let's free it from political influence. But apart from that, you might want to ask yourself, why is it that it's quite easy to find a case, even a celebrated case, dismissed? Kasi wala tayong hard evidence, masyado tayong dependent sa witness. Pag wala ng witness, wala na, tapos na yung kaso. Bakit? Tanongin ninyo, we have 17 regions. How many of these regions actually have forensic laboratories? How many of these regions actually have professional forensic operatives? You might want to ask that. No? Tapos magtataka ka, bakit parang walang connect yung prosecution, no, sa police? Doon pa lang, pwede mo nang tingnan yung mga ganyang problema. No? Bakit mo kailangan ng constitutional reform? Sabi natin, ang ganda ng constitution natin. No? We have social justice provisions in the 1987 Constitution. Hanapin po ninyo lahat yan. Tanungin ninyo, ilan dyan sa social justice provisions ang na-implement na? Kasi nga, maganda yung provision, hindi mo ma-implement kasi nakalimutan mo yung mechanism for implementation. That's precisely why you need to strengthen public institutions. Again, I've mentioned to you the local government code. Party list is one of the core issues being discussed now. What's wrong with it? You have the 1997 Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act. If you have heard of ABS-DPP, you might want to ask yourself, why is it quite difficult to implement it? Perhaps it's conflicting with some laws like the local government code. Did you know that we have a deregulated telecom by as early as 1989, and still you have to have at least a smart and a globe. Bakit? Nandito lang ako sa condo pag nandun ako sa bedroom, ang nagagamit ko lang yung isang telco. Pag nandito ako sa living room, yung isang telco lang ang nagagamit ko. So if I want to keep myself connected, I have to have both kinds of telco provider. No? Oh, you have as early as 2001, you have the EPIRA law. Oh, Diyos ko, tingnan mo na lang kung gaano kalaki. Just compare the amount that we pay for energy compared to other neighbors. And you have the Competition Act. It's quite a new law, but it needs to be assessed if we've been moving to the right direction. You know, it's difficult to say we're off to 2022, no? But seemingly we're back to square one. I'm really sorry. Clarice knows how we've been engaged in government, but I'm not even sure how engaged we've been. So ako, ang ginagawa ko na lang magtanong kasi at the end of the day, that's all that we can do. But we only have one country and we only have one people. We can't just give up. But I just hope that you will not limit yourselves with political colors to define your political persuasion. At the end of the day, it is you, and it is only you, in fact, who can define what your political persuasion is. Magandang umaga po.
Thank you for discussion. Now we will move to our last speaker for the first part of our program today. We call on someone whom you see always in television, especially when it comes to the elections. We call on Mr. James Jimenez, the spokesperson of the Commission on Elections, and he will discuss, his topic is on the credibility of electoral processes. Sir James?
Yeah. Hi, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me, Joyce, Ariel. Thank you very much, and everyone in PPI. Maraming salamat po. So, this will be very quick. Wala akong maidadagdag na mas maganda kaysa dun sa naunang dalawang presentations, but I will try to present from the COMELEC perspective naman. So, we're going to talk about the credibility of the electoral process, no? And as something that we can all agree on, the credibility of the electoral processes are under attack. And from the COMELEC point of view, we see it as coming from two sources, from external sources and internal sources, no? Externally, we see people who seek to undermine the COMELEC's authority, people who try to undermine the credibility of the elections as a way of undercutting the authority of the COMELEC to rule on things, to say who wins and who loses. And then there are those who seek to undermine the public's confidence in the electoral process as a whole. Basically, people who want to see that elections are not really considered definitive in terms of choosing who our leaders will be. And then finally, there are those who are cynical towards elections, who feel that elections will not matter anyway. So as far as these people are concerned, they tend to say, ako ay hindi na ako boboto, etc., because I don't believe in elections and so on. But see, the more they say this, they do have an effect on other people na hahawa yung ibang tao sa kanilang cynicism. apart from these external sources, meron din tayong internal reasons kung bakit nagsasuffer ang credibility ng COMELEC. Halimbawa, COMELEC's own mistakes. COMELEC's own mistakes are a very significant source of attack on the credibility of the institution itself. No? Halimbawa nito, yung palaging pinag-uusapan na 7-hour blackout nung nakaraang elections. Okay? So, things like that undermine the credibility of the COMELEC. So basically, it's like shooting ourselves in our own feet. Second, yung unpredictability ng application ng rules. Maraming nagrereklamo dito kasi kuminsan meron kang isang set of rules tapos mag-a-apply siya in a certain way sa isang kaso, then all of a sudden kabaliktaran yung mangyayari sa ibang kaso. So this is a source of major distrust for the public. And finally, of course, inadequate transparency. So we'll try to deal with these two things again very quickly, external sources and internal reasons, but we'll try to deal with them one by one. So when we deal with external sources of attack, we have basically 5 guideposts, no? And we call these guideposts for assessing the credibility of these external attacks. So authority, reliability, bias, beneficiary, and relevance. Let's go through them very quickly. Authority. We ask the question, where did the news come from? All right? Maraming instances na tayo nakikita kung saan just before elections or in the few days before the actual electoral exercise, binabaha ang internet ng kwento tungkol sa pandaraya daw. In the last elections lang, for instance, if you remember, overseas voting starts April 1, no? April 1 because it's supposed to be 1 month before the actual elections. But in the weeks running up to the start of overseas voting, mapupuno ang internet with complaints of people claiming to be overseas workers, claiming to have already voted or claiming to have been unlawfully removed from the list of voters or having seen tests kung saan nagbabago yung resulta ng elections. But where did these stories come from? Normally, when you dive deep into the stories, wala kang makikitang source. Okay? Wala kang makikitang source. Or kung may makita ka man, yung source nila is a Facebook page of some person or a Facebook page of some group that you've never heard of. Pero nasi-share. Okay? Nasi-share siya. So, we ask, where did the news come from? We ask also, is the source considered authoritative on this subject matter? The problem kasi sometimes is that ang pinuturong source ay isang tao na hindi naman subject matter expert, no? It's like believing your barber when he gives you advice on that mole that suddenly showed up on your neck, no? Parang okay, so barber siya, magaling siya maggupit, pero qualified ba siya na dermatologist para malaman kung ano yung sinasabi niya tungkol sa nanal mo? Ganon din ang pangkaraniwang nakikita natin pagdating sa attacks on credibility ng elections. You see people who are, some of them present to be farmers or ordinary persons, pero kung makapag-dissect ng information about elections, akala mo expert na sila doon sa pinag-uusapan. They talk about processes that ordinarily you would not expect them to be in contact with, but suddenly when the issue is at the forefront, all of a sudden everyone's an expert. And finally, we ask, does the source present support for the news that they're trying to push? Nakikita ba natin yung sources ng pagbabalitang binibigay sa atin? Pangkaraniwan, when the news that's being delivered doesn't present any sort of sourcing, then medyo questionable na yan. So the first step is to in assessing the credibility of these news items or information that you receive is to check, may authority ba yung pinanggagalingan ng balita na ito? The second thing we want to check is reliability, no? is the news presented coherently and well? May mga items tayo nakikita na sinishare ng maraming tao na mali-mali ang grammar, mali-mali ang spelling, and makikita mo, hindi naman talaga coherent yung kwento. Parang naglalabas lang siya ng keywords para makatrigger dun sa mga nakikinig or nagbabasa. Pangalawa, are the arguments supported by known facts and figures? Alam mo, maraming pagkakataon na sinasabi na lang nila for example, yung 7-hour glitch. Anyone talks to you about the credibility of elections and then someone's gonna pipe up, what about the 7-hour glitch? But there are but they do not take the effort to present known facts. And the minute you ask them about what's the basis, anong background, anong nangyari, the whole argument falls apart and it's just, basta, may glitch. No? So they resort to these shibboleths and in the end, it's a question of how affected you are by these keywords, not so much by the facts anymore. And of course, we ask the question, is the information verified by other sources? Karamihan ng fake news na nakikita natin, especially when it comes to election matters, ay usually isa or dalawang source lang ang pinanggagalingan and very little cross confirmation with other sources, no? Particularly yung mga known and credible news sources. So normally makikita mo yan sa mga Facebook page na ang pinaka source ng kanilang kapangyarihan ay the fact na nasi-share sila ng paulit-ulit. And then we assess also bias. Yung author ba, pag nagsasalita siya ng ganyan, nililinaw niya ba na balita yung sinasabi niya or nag-express lang siya ng opinion? Pangkaraniwan kasi, if you come in late to a news story, you have to dig a little deeper to find out if what the person delivering it is delivering actually a sort of take, a sort of opinion or editorializing lang doon sa balitang sinasabi niya. Okay? Magkaiba kasi yung reporting something as factual and then reporting your own impressions of that thing. Pero when people are attacking the credibility of the electoral process, normally nagbo-blur na yan. Wala nang distinction dyan. So the first thing we look for is bias. So does the author present objective and factual arguments? Or is he engaging in speculation? Napakaraming speculative attacks na nagaganap. And always, parang iisa ang formula niyan. No? Kaya nilang gawin ito. So magtitiwala ba tayo? Parang ganyan. No? Or bakit ganun? Is it a coincidence na nagkaroon ng ganito habang may ganyan? Mahirap magbigay ng example kasi sobrang dami, no? But I know you know what I'm talking about. And finally, what is the purpose of the information being delivered? Sometimes, and well, oftentimes, makikita mo na meron talagang punto na tinutumbok yung balita, no? Whether it's to undermine the credibility of the results or to push the argument na dapat iba yung nanalo, makikita mo yan. And that's something that you have to look out for. If there's a clear bias, then the credibility of the attack itself would be questionable. And then beneficiary, of course, who directly benefits from the information presented? Okay? Why does the beneficiary need people to have this information? Bakit niya nilalabas ito? Ano yun? Gusto niya lang mag-share? Or meron ba siyang pakay? Meron ba siyang gustong i-push na agenda? Meron ba siyang gustong ipapaniwala sa'yo? Ano yung motivations niya? Ano yung goal niya? Gusto niya bang siya na lang sanang naupo? Gusto niya bang matanggal sa pwesto yung nakaupo? So, may mga ganyan tayong kailangan na pag-a-assess, no? Doon sa balitang natatanggap natin. And then, of course, yung relevance. Is the information up to date or old news ba yung ginagamit? Maraming beses natin nakita na nire-recycle yung mga reklamo na kuminsan na resolve na many weeks ago or many months ago, bigla na lang susulpot ulit kasi gustong mag-create ng ingay. Is it new information or is it just repetition or derivations of other complaints? Nakikita natin yan marami na nag-i-echo lang sila ng iisang complaint pero iba't ibang angulo ang ginagamit to bring it to the fore, no? So again, that's a red flag for us. And lalo na ito, yung when the information is simply a series of prompts. I'm sure you've seen this. Maglalabas ng post halimbawa na magbibigay lang ng keywords like what's an example? An example would be say massacre or typhoon funds, mga ganyan. Just calling to mind itong mga set of issues na to, just bringing them to the front again para ma-question yung credibility. In the case of elections, for instance, ang pinaka common na prompt noon was to say Garci. Simply because meron ng association with the word Garci na para bang pag Garci sinasabi natin dagdag bawas. So hindi na kailangan magpaliwanag. So that's what they rely on. Kasi nagti-trigger na yan doon sa mga nakakabasa, sa mga nakakarinig. And that's the goal there, to simply trigger the reaction, to trigger the doubt, no? So usually it's just a series of prompts. But apart from these external threats to the credibility of electoral process, meron din tayong internal problems, no? Halimbawa nga, sinabi na natin yung mistakes ng COMELEC, katulad halimbawa ng 7-hour glitch. So, for the COMELEC, ang roadmap natin to deal with these mistakes is first of all to acknowledge when mistakes are made. Katulad ng 7-hour glitch, agad-agad naman naming inamin na talagang nagkaroon ng problema. At the same time, we commit to addressing the root causes. And that's very important. Hindi pwedeng mag-acknowledge lang kami at sabihin namin, oh sorry, then let's move on. Hindi pwedeng ganon. We have to acknowledge the root causes. And number 3, commit to correction, which is what we're doing now. No? Every elections, nagkakaroon tayo ng improvement over the previous election because we learn from the mistakes of the past. Doon sa unpredictability of application of rules, I guess the solution really is to make the rules clearer. Okay? Makikita natin to halimbawa doon sa especially pagdating sa party list organizations. Palaging nagki-question yung mga tao, bakit itong party list na ito, bakit nag-grant ng accreditation, yun, hindi. Pero mukhang magkapareho naman ng circumstances. When we make the rules clearer, when we make them narrower, no, less room for interpretation, then predictability follows. Kasi pagpasok siya dun sa pinaka criteria, for instance, then obviously ito yung magiging consequence. So making the rules clear is key to reducing unpredictability. Another way of reducing unpredictability is to remove the systemic issues that predispose to unpredictability. Maganda yung presentation kanina ni Professor Tayo kanina on systems, no? And it's very important na even in COMELEC, kailangan natin ma-review yung mga proseso natin with this in mind. An example would be, for instance, yung rule on cut-off for filing applications for registration. Mapapansin niyo that merong offices na hanggang alas 5 tumatanggap ng applications for registration, but at the same time, may mga opisina na alas 3 pa lang nagka-cut off na. No? So, ang issue dyan, ang systemic issue dyan is that wala silang uniform standard dun sa practice ng pagtanggap ng applications for resolution. Hinahayaan yung mga election officers na dumiskarte ng sarili nila to make the most of the working day. At dahil dyan, hindi nagiging pare-pareho ang interpretasyon nila nung ano yung best practice or ano yung dapat gawin para ma-maximize yung araw. So if you remove the systemic issue, if you give them, for instance, clear-cut guidelines that everyone will have to follow regardless of personal circumstances, then you will reduce unpredictability. And then of course, there's always the commitment to correction also. Kailangan maging open ang COMELEC to correcting its procedures, especially those that are known to give rise to unpredictability. And finally, inadequate transparency. And this is something that we've been working on for the longest time, pursuing a kind of glasnost. I don't know if anyone, if the students remember the word glasnost, but it simply means openness, transparency. Kami sa COMELEC, we do everything we can to be transparent by ensuring the availability of information resources to everyone and leveraging our social media presence. So ginagamit namin yung social media namin primarily to answer questions and to deal with public concerns rather than how other agencies use their social media, which is to make announcements about activities, etc. Sa amin, ang social media namin, a big chunk of our social media operations have to do with explaining the public's questions, no? Answering the public questions. So that's it for me. Thank you very much. Pasensya na, medyo mahaba.
Thank you, Sir James, for that interesting discussion. So at this point, we will open the floor to questions. But prior to that, let's do a quick recap first of what our speakers have discussed so far. I think we started with a very good context given to us by Ms. Gwendolyn Pimentel earlier, when she said that, our discussion is very timely because it's happening when there is a deluge of information during the pandemic, and also because next year is an election year. So it highlights the importance of media and information literacy as an important or a crucial skill set to strengthen democracy and to empower our people through proper access and processing of information. Dr. Mora, of course, presented her lecture, and she grounded it by saying that democracy resilience, media information literacy, and civic engagement are all intertwined. Tahi-tahi po yung tatlong components na yon. She also very clearly gave examples about how the pandemic has been weaponized against democracy, with some governments, using the pandemic as an excuse to disperse protests, weaken elements of the opposition, and to act against, opponents of the regime. So a democratic resilience, we define it as having the conditions under which democracy can properly deal with disruptions or disasters. Kasama na po yung pandemic na kinakaharap natin ngayon. And of course, its attributes would include recovery, flexibility, gaano tayo kabilis mag-adapt sa situation, at yung innovations ng ating demokrasya. Professor Tayaw, of course, he discussed about the vicious cycle of Philippine politics and governance, how for the longest time we've been voting for personalities instead of basing our votes on programs and projects. Sabi nga po niya, wala tayong real political parties. If you ask saan ang address ng political party na ganito, ang ituturo sa iyo ay bahay nung politiko. Masyadong personalistic ang ating policies and programs, parochial and sometimes even dynastic. We really have traditional politicians. Interesting also that when he debunked the concept of bobotante, we've always heard this term. We always accuse people who, sometimes they accept money in exchange for their votes, rather, and then we think that they're stupid. But he said that, voters are sometimes left with no other choice but to vote for the lesser evil, or perhaps where they would benefit the most at the earliest possible opportunity. And most importantly, he also said that systems can shift behavior. Kaya if we insist that we can change something under a presidential, unitary presidential setup, pero ang kailangan pala natin ay parliamentary, then we'd have to consider kung anong sistema ba talaga yung nararapat sa atin. we rounded up our discussion for the first part with Mr. James Jimenez from COMELEC, and he said that the credibility of COMELEC is under attack. Those who seek to undermine the poll body's authority, or those who are just very cynical toward the elections in general. And he acknowledged, of course, that there are also internal reasons why the credibility of the poll body has been eroded, including COMELEC's own mistakes. And he gave us 5 guide points for assessing credibility attacks, actually very similar to how we also assess whether news is fake or not, or information is fake or not. You look at the authority, you look at the source or provenance of the information, you look at reliability, bias, or the slant of the information, who benefits from such kind of information, and the relevance of that information or data. So ayun. Before we go to the Q&A, I'd like to acknowledge Ms. Ellen Tordesillas. She had a comment earlier. I think this was for Professor Tayaw. She said, social media allows anyone to blog or post online, but that doesn't make one a journalist. I agree. A journalist must adhere to core values of accuracy or truthfulness, fairness, not putting innocent people in harm's way, and accountability. Absent these basic attributes, one cannot be called a journalist, netizen, perhaps okay, or active social media user. So that's from Miss Ellen all the way from Germany. Okay, so before I start asking the questions, I'd like to remind everyone, for you to get your certificates, log into the Zoom room. We have almost 200 participants via Zoom and close to 1,000 viewers via our FB Live. So our questions are coming from both platforms. From Clea Marco, I think this one is for Dr. Mora. Her question, ma'am, if organizing or joining donation drives for our fellow citizens is a form of civic engagement. Dr.
Hi. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Of course, civic engagement is actually community engagement. So anything you do for the development of your nation, out of your concern, is part of civic engagement. So even yung mga pag-join sa mga donation drives, sa mga campaigns, lahat yan ay mako-consider natin na civic engagement. And it's good that our young people are doing that. Keep on doing that because it will help in the development of our nation.
Thank you, Dr. Mora. Ray Ronda has a question. Maybe Dr. Mora or Professor Tayo can also, or even James can answer this one. How do voters choose unappealing candidates? Or baka dapat, how do voters choose appealing candidates, not the unappealing? Would like to take this question.
Baka yung question is why do
Or why, yeah. Not how.
Sorry, mauna na po ako, Dr. Tayaw. Ang nakikita po namin kasi dito sa COMELEC, kapag yung kandidato ay hindi nakaka-capture ng imagination ng botante, ay yung botante parang wala lang sa kanya yung boto niya. Parang hindi niya masyado vina-value. Kaya pag may nag-offer sa kanya ng pera, tinatanggap niya yung pera, no? And he ends up voting for whoever makes the best value proposition for him. Nakikita natin kasi yung kabaliktaran kapag yung kandidato talagang super nakaka-capture ng imagination ng kandidato, ng botante. Kapag ganyan na sitwasyon, no matter how much money you give the person, well, malamang tatanggapin niya yan, pero hindi niya pa rin iboboto yung sinasabi mo. Ang iboboto pa rin niya yung nakaka-capture ng imagination niya. So, malinaw sa amin dito sa COMELEC na napakalakas ng impact ng personalidad ng kandidato doon sa mga botante. This is not necessarily a good thing. Please understand, no? As much as possible, gusto natin syempre issues-based ang decision-making ng mga botante. But as a matter of reality, most of the voters that we've encountered really respond to the personality of the candidate. Yung charisma at magnetism ng candidate. Malayo pa ang kailangan nating tahakin para ma-win yung ating mga botante from that mindset, because ultimately that seems to me like a very primitive way of arriving at decisions.
Very good point raised by James. Anyone
Okay,
else would
Joyce?
like to answer? Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. Political candidates, of course, they employ advertising and PR strategies. Kanya-kanyang ano yan paraan yan May mga gimmicks, di ba? And pag maganda ang presentation ng isang candidate, alam na alam mo na may pera. Di ba? So, tama yung sinabi ni Professor Tayaw, may kinalaman yan sa kakayanan ng isang kandidato na magbayad or i-finance ang pagtakbo niya. And may maraming dynamics dyan. But then again, kaya tayo merong ganito is voters education ito, di ba? You should, no matter how appealing a candidate is, you should go beyond the facade or yung superficial. You have to look into the track record, yung background. Di ba? Yan yung pinakamahalaga sa lahat. Hindi lang yung presentation niya. So, ang isang matalinong botante ay hindi lang nakatingin sa panlabas or superficial. You would really have to research about the track record, ano ba yung mga nagawa niya before, yung history niya sa politika, and everything. So that is why we're having this voters education scholastic outreach ng PPI. Para naman, ma-awaken sa mga kabataan natin na this is the way we should vote. This is the way how we should engage in our society to help to make informed decisions and informed choices. Okay, that's it, Joyce.
Yeah, I agree with with the points that you raised, ma'am. Minsan nga lang mahirap especially if the candidate presents himself or herself as being one of you. Diba? Isa ako sa masa, naghihirap akong katulad ninyo. Or worse, because sumayaw lang and then you voted for that person. We're not naming names, but that happened in the past.
Budots lang yan, budots.
Kaya, Joyce, kailangan talaga ng voters education.
Tama po. Very important, especially now, given our context that we are in a pandemic.
If I may
Professor Tayo, yes, go ahead, please.
Sinabi kanina na nag-iisip yung mga botante. Kasama yan, no? Tama yung sinabi ni James at saka ni Doc Mora. Pero the reality is, alam mo yung mga botante, nag-i-eksperimento yan eh. So, yeah, it's true. We have to keep on insisting track record. Pero ito, kaya ko sinabi na hindi totoo yung bobotante. Pagkatapos ng EDSA Revolution, lahat ng mga nanalo may kinalaman sa pagpapatalsik ng diktadurya. Tandaan ninyo yan. Nung pumasok ang dekada 90, no? 1995 ang simula, no? Biglang ang mga binoto ng mga botante natin, mga artista. Pagka tinanong mo kung bakit, kasi nasubukan na namin ng abogado, ang ekonomista, ang ganito, ang ganyan, subukan naman namin yung artista. Kung matandaan mo, I'm sure James have been in COMELEC for quite a while already. That period, basta artista ka, sure win ka. Pero pagdating ng early 2000, wala na. Natalo na yung mga yan, hindi na sila manalo. Ano naman ang binoto ng mga botante? Mga dating lumaban sa mga nagkudita, mga nakilala sa laban sa mga rebelde, no? Mga negosyante, and so on. Now, you have really a good mix of people voting. I mean, people that voters have voted to positions. Kasi nga, will tayo choice eh. I mean, it's the individual that carries himself as a candidate, offers himself as a candidate. Wala tayong sistema. Bakit ba nag-aaway-away within the political party? Nakalagay sa bylaws, meron kang convention. Anong convention yan? Wala naman. So, our politics is at best anarchy. Kanina, yung sa journalist, fine, we can define who is a journalist as much as possible. Number one question, who's going to distinguish one from the other?
Sir, the bottom line is who gets libeled for whom? And who gets, sino ang may gatekeeping authority, Because of course, journalists would also have editors like me who would also check kung tama yung
But what I'm saying is the public is not going to distinguish, oh, ito
Oh yeah.
ito journalist. That's why I mentioned earlier that anyone can, o wag mo nang tawagin na journalist, anyone can make a pronouncement. Anyone can say this happened and this. I-post mo lang sa social media, nangyari na eh. Oh, so that's the dilemma, whether we like it or not. Because that's what what's the current situation is. That's what technology has provided us. It's now up to us to keep on informing people to be able to distinguish one from the other. That's it.
Yeah, I agree with you, sir. Okay, so we have now I have if we have an infodemic, I have now a deluge also of questions from our students from PUP. Very exciting. But I'd like to take first the last 6 questions. I'll take them very quickly also for our speakers because we have part 2 pa, and then you can also ask questions later on. Pero very quickly, pagsasamahin ko po yung medyo related questions. From Juril Trosho, how can we effectively educate our family and friends to vote according to the candidate's track record and not based on popularity? Ang follow-up po dyan is from Jerilyn Reyes. How can netizens encourage fellow voters to fully listen to debates and make intelligent decisions on who truly deserves our votes? And Patricia Tenorio also asking, how would you know if the one you're voting for is lesser evil? Aside from their track record, assuming that every candidate has their own good record, assumption lang talaga yan. How would you know that this candidate is worth your vote? So maybe take those 3 questions quickly. Sino pong gustong sumagot?
Joyce, I'd like to answer na agad.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead po.
Ang dami ng tanong mo. Parang, parang...
nabigla rin ako eh. Biglang dumami yung tanong sa chat box.
Into one, Yeah, but I would like to answer based on personal experience. Okay, one time, nagpapaayos ako ng hair sa salon. So I overheard yung mga nagugupit, mga mga LGBT ito eh. Nag-uusap sila. And then I heard them sabi, ay, iboboto ko yan macho. Iboboto ko yan guwapo. Ang simple strategy kasi is you begin to speak their language and then you educate them. You go down to their level. Kasi hindi pwedeng lecturean mo sila na parang mas matalino ka sa kanila. So kailangan you have to, adapt to their system, to their language, to their culture. And then let them know na kapareho mo rin sila. At may malasakit ka sa bansa mo at may malasakit ka rin sa kanila. And then that's how you begin educating them by speaking their language. And then I told them, uy, wag naman, kawawa naman yung bansa natin. Kayo talaga, puro kayo kamachuhan dyan. So I have to speak that way in order to reach them. Diba? So, and I've proven that as an effective strategy. So sabi nga one person at a time, you can educate and you can be an instrument of voter education. Pero humbling on our end. So kahit alam mo na tama yung sinasabi mo, bababa ka sa level nila para ma-educate sila. It's the same thing with our relatives in our family. You simply have to humble down yourself and then let them know na hindi ka mas matalino sa kanila. It's just that napakasimple lang. May malasakit ka sa bansa mo, may malasakit ka sa future ng mga magiging anak mo, sa future generation. And people respond to that. Okay,
so your bottom line, ma'am, is let's not be condescending, Huwag nating maliitin yung mga ating ang mga botante. Kung sa tingin natin na mali yung kanilang pananaw, pwede naman natin silang kausapin ng maayos at i-educate in such a way that they don't feel like they're kasi bobo ako, kaya hindi ko nakukuha yung
alam mo, ang malakas ng inferiority complex ng mga tao na nasa level ng masa. So talaga i-reach out mo sila.
Thank you, ma'am. I think the last 3 questions before we take a break. This one is for Mr. James Jimenez from Sixto Baflor Lagare from our Facebook Live. Sabi po niya, ito raw po ay talagang tanong na nakikiawang tanungin. Ano raw po ba ang papel na ginagampanan ng SD card at ano po ang chain of custody protocol?
Ang SD card po, yan ay tumatayong memory ng ating VCM. Diyan po nasusstore yung tinatawag nating encrypted images ng mga ballots. When a ballot is fed into the VCM, yan po ay nililitratuhan ng makina on both sides. Yung litrato na yan ay ini-store doon sa SD card. Dalawa po yan, may backup cards po tayo dyan at yung primary card. Ang chain of custody po niyan is after the elections, nire-retrieve po yan at binabalik sa COMELEC.
Okay, thank you, Sir James. Last two questions. Pagsasamahin ko po itong dalawa. From Joanne Melegrito, sabi po niya, kahit na nasa democratic country tayo, laganap at patuloy pa rin ang death threats, harassment, and killings among people na nagpapahayag at nakikipag-engage sa mga issue sa lipunan. Ano po ang maaaring gawin para hindi matakot na makialam at magpahayag ang mga tao? Relatedly, Sofia Mapa is saying that, is there a possibility of creating a standard for a more objective way of establishing or how to determine whether a country is democratically resilient? Who would like to take those questions?
Okay, can I answer again, Joyce?
Sige, ma'am. And then maybe Professor Tayo would like to, for the first question. Yes, ma'am, go ahead po.
Yeah, sana may follow-up din si Professor Tayo. But basically, mahirap sagutin yung tanong na yan because you simply have to test the waters for any particular regime. So when you test the waters, that's when you find out. But, actually, itong discourse na ginagawa natin is a step, is a baby step towards the accomplishment of that goal. Diba? Because right here, right now, we are discussing about democracy. And by way of discussing democracy, we are strengthening it already. Diba? So, baby steps, and then test the waters. And then if you can push pa more. Ganun lang yun eh. Diba? So, if we can exert pressure para naman mapangalagaan ang ating demokrasya, kung hanggang saan yung kaya nating pressure, then let's do it. Let's do it.
Thank you, ma'am. Professor Tayo, would you like to add to that?
Well, yung politics kasi, babalikan natin yung pinaka-basic definition. Who gets what, when, where, and how. Okay? Sino nakakakuha, papaano, kailan, anong paraan. Okay? So, yun ay manifested na yung participation dyan. So, parang tubig, halimbawa, kung ang tubig hindi mo ilalagay sa baso, hindi mo maiinom. Mababasa ka lang. Magiging putik pa. Magulo, sa madalit sabi. Kailangan mo ng baso para mainom. Yun yung sistema mo. Kabit-kabit lahat yung mga tanong din yung kanina. Pwede bang ang media ay, ano ba yung tanong kanina? Yung tanong kanina.
Ano raw, sir? Yung mga, paano yung,
paglitaw ng populismo. Actually, bakit ba nagkakaroon ng populism? Bakit ba dumadami yung mga tawag dito, pseudo-journalist? O yun, naka-invento tayo ng termino, no? Pseudo-journalist. Paano nga kasi kulang pa din ang clock? Ilan bang network meron tayo? Sino-sino ba ang kayang magpatakbo at gumawa ng network? Yun nga yung problema. Kaya nga ina-explain ko kanina at ako'y nag-agree nga doon sa pananaliksik ni Jerry Sikat, isinara natin yung ating ekonomiya. Yun at yun din, yung mga taong po pwedeng mag-invest sa telco, sa tawag dito, expressway, kaya ikaw 24/7 nagbabayad ka sa pare-parehong mga pamilyang ito. Kasi hindi mo inopen eh. No? So, sa ibang bansa, ang dami mong choices na talagang official at professional na media. Alam mo kagad na, itong website na ito, hindi ito legit at ito ay purveyor of fake news. Alam mo kagad, kasi marami kang choices na tunay. Dito sa atin, wala ka halos choice. Kaya tama kaya kung sino yung kayang bumaba doon sa at whoever is able to speak the language of the massa, as what Doc Mora mentioned, sila yung papakinggan. Tapos ang gagawin pa natin, i-discriminate pa natin sila. Itong mga taon to ganito, no? Hindi ganoon, no? So we may or we should try to speak their language without having to be as acerbic as they are. Kasi defensive mechanism nila yun. How do you get to their senses, and how do we get them to listen? Not by discriminating them, not by judging them, but by making sense of what they say. Because for a while, we'd like to think that we have all the, the nice things to say, the nice ideas, but no, not necessarily. We try to listen to them and give them the real choice at the end of the day.
Thank you, Professor Tayo. Healthy degree of civility is always welcome when it comes to discussions and dialogue.
Kaya mo sila hindi civil, ikaw civil.
Right. Reflection sa sarili mo, hindi sa kanila. Our last question will be for Mr. James Jimenez. I'd like to assure our participants, in particular si Christine Obrero, TJ Abalo, Brix Tartino, we will ask your questions for part 2, but for the last question, one participant via FB Messenger sent a question, sir. How will COMELEC conduct the elections next year? 1 day po ba? 2 days? Hybrid? Ano pong nakikita ninyo, sir?
1 day. Mas mahaba yung polling hours natin. There will be fewer people per precinct, and therefore there will be more precincts. No? Gagamit tayo ng makina kasi wala naman tayong hybrid system to totally replace the automated system, but we're trying to find a way to overlay a manual verification process para masabi nga ding hybrid din. Ano? And then ganun din naman yung tinatakbo ng pag-iisip, I think, ng Senado. So it'll be a very different elections from what you're used to.
Masakit na po ba ulo niyo, sir?
Yes.
Madaming Advil na ba ininom ninyo? Anyway, on that note, thank you so much to our speakers for the first part. Dr. Mora, Professor Tayo, and COMELEC spokesperson James Jimenez. We will have first a quick class photo. Everyone, please turn on your video cam so we'd all see your beautiful faces. Medyo madami-dami ito, but Kier would do his magic. And after the class photo, we will take a quick break, 3 minutes, go to the banyo, drink something, eat something, and then we'll all come back for part 2.
Yay.
Okay po, turn on your camera.
Ang ganda ng ngiti ni Sir James, oh. Sir, maraming salamat sa inyo.
Salamat po.
Professor Tayo, maraming salamat po at pinaulakan yung invitation ng PINC for the second time around. Remember, we did federalism, we did federal lecture in Cagayan de Oro, di ba? Yung CDO leg natin. Professor Mora, maraming salamat po, of course.
Of course.
PILG.
Yes.
Yes. Yan.
Okay, so we'll go on a break first, 3-minute break.
Health break na tayo, no? Joyce.
Quick break lang. Coffee break, banyo break, etc. 3 minutes lang. See you all in 3 minutes.
si Celine.
At ako naman si Marinette.
Araw-araw sa Vera Files, ginagalugad namin ang social media para hanapin at itama ang kumakalat na mis at disinformation.
Sa 6 na buwan simula ngayon, maglalabas kami ng 6 na video para turuan kayo kung paano nyo rin ito magagawa, gamit ang inyong cellphone o computer.
Mga red flags sa social media account o page ang una nating tututukan. Sa loob ng 2 araw, nakakuha ng 4,000 comments itong Facebook post na naglabas ng aplikasyon para sa may gusto ng perang ayuda mula sa gobyerno. Peke ito, walang opisyal na Facebook page na magkasama ang Department of Labor and Employment o DOLE at Department of Social Welfare and Development o DSWD. Sabi pa ng DSWD, hindi sila nanghihingi ng personal na impormasyon sa social media. Ginagamit ng mga impostor na account gaya nito ang kredibilidad o kasikatan ng isang tao o institusyon para mas madali tayong maniwala sa impormasyong mali o nakapanliligaw. Minsan, para rin magparami ng likes at makakuha ng personal na impormasyon. Para malaman kung lehitimo ang isang social media account o page, sundin ang mga hakbang na ito. Hanapin ang verified badge sa pangalan ng account. Patunay ito na ang nagpapatakbo ng page o account ay ang tao o institusyon na nakapangalan. Walang blue check ang impostor. Ang tunay na DSWD, mayroon. Pero hindi lahat ng lehitimong account ay may verified badge, gaya nitong sa DOLE. Paano ito ngayon mache-check? Magpunta sa About tab, na kadalasan naglalaman ng deskripsyon ng tao o organisasyon, official website, at contact information na pwedeng tawagan o i-message. Kung wala o kulang-kulang ito, magduda ka na. Sa official website rin madalas makikita ang link sa tunay na social media page. Ang tunay na social media page, tama ang spelling at capitalization. Tingnan din kung may mga dagdag na salita sa pangalan ng account na hindi dapat. Pagdating sa followers, nakadududa rin kung ang isang institusyon o sikat na tao ay iilan lang ang followers. Pero linawin natin, hindi automatic na kapag marami ang followers ng isang account, ay credible ito o dapat agad paniwalaan. Taktika ng panloloko ng mga account ang magpalike ng kanilang page. Tingnan rin ang page transparency tab sa Facebook para malaman kung kailan ginawa ang isang Facebook page. Kung ito ay bagong gawa, pero nakapangalan sa isang matagal nang naitatag na institusyon, magduda ka na. Dito nyo rin makikita kung nagpalit ito ng pangalan at layunin. Sa Facebook groups, makikita nyo ito sa group history ng About page. Maging mapagmatyag rin sa post mismo ng account o page. Minsan, ang mga litratong ginagamit ay kinuha mula sa ibang organisasyon gaya nito. Ngayong panahon ng pandemya, maging mas maingat sa mga post na nakikita sa social media. Maraming nagsasamantala sa pagkakataong ito kung kailan marami sa ating mga kababayan ang naghahanap ng impormasyon. Gamitin ang tutorial na ito para malaman kung lehitimo o hindi ang isang social media account. Samahan niyo kami sa susunod na buwan para alamin kung ano ang mga bagay na pwedeng i-fact check. Abangan yan dito sa Promise. Walang lokohan. Ako si Celine.
At ako naman si Marinette.
Araw-araw sa Vera Files, ginagalugad namin ang social media para hanapin at itama ang kumakalat na mis at disinformation. Sa video series na ito, tuturuan namin kayo kung paano nyo rin ito magagawa gamit ang inyong cellphone o computer.
Noong nakaraang buwan, ipinakita namin kung paano masisigurong lehitimo ang isang social media account. Ngayon, pag-aaralan natin kung ano-ano ang mga pwede nating i-fact check. Bago i-verify ang isang post o claim, tiyakin na oo ang sagot sa 3 tanong na ito. Ang statement of fact ay pahayag na maaaring mapatunayan na totoo o hindi. Hindi lahat ng bagay ay maaaring i-verify. Halimbawa, Ang opinyon na batay sa damdamin at paniniwala na hindi nasusukat o hindi makukumpirma ng dokumento, statistics at interview sa mga eksperto. Tingnan ninyo itong Facebook post na nagsabing wala raw ebidensya na may SARS-CoV-2, ang virus na nagdudulot ng COVID-19. Sa mahabang post na ito, naghalo ang opinyon at mga statement of fact. Ito lamang ang mga statement of fact. Dapat relevant o makabuluhan ng pahayag na inyong i-verify. Pasok dito ang pahayag ng mga kilalang tao o tungkol sa kanila o may kinalaman sa mga nangyayari sa kasalukuyan. Makabuluhang i-verify ang post na ito dahil umikot ito ngayong panahon ng pandemya sa COVID-19. Sa online post, idinadagdag namin ng criteria na virality. Marami ba ang shares nito? Marami ba ang nag-upload nito? Ano ba ang impact nito sa tao? Mahalaga bang malaman ng mga nakakita ng post na hindi totoo ang nabasa nila? Ngayong pandemic, maraming umiikot na hindi totoong claim na maaaring makapinsala sa kalusugan at kailangang itama agad. Tandaan, kadalasang may kinalaman sa current events ang kahalagahan ng isang pahayag na magsasabi kung pwede itong i-fact check o hindi. Kaya mahalagang updated tayo lagi sa mga balita mula sa legitimate sources. Ang panghuling criteria, feasible o magagawa bang i-fact check ang pahayag na ito? Kaya ba itong i-fact check sa limitadong oras? Ang claim na inyong ipa-fact check ay kailangang makapagpapatunay o makapagbibigay ng konteksto gamit ang mga ebidensya gaya ng opisyal na dokumento, record o lehitimong news report. Mahalaga rin na kaya itong magawa agad. May pag-aaral na nagsasabing mas mabilis kumalat online ang mga peke o maling impormasyon kaysa sa mga totoo. Kaya naman bukod sa tama, kailangang mabilis din ang pagpa-fact check. Tandaan muli ang 3 criteria na ito sa inyong pagpa-fact check. Dapat ito ay statement of fact, relevant o makabuluhan, at mapapatunayan gamit ang opisyal na sources.
Next month, tuturuan naman namin kayo paano suriin ng mga manlolokong website. Abangan yan dito sa Promise, Walang Lokohan. Huwag kalimutang mag-like at subscribe.
Ako si Celine.
At ako naman si Marinette.
Araw-araw sa Vera Files, ginagalugad namin ang social media para hanapin at itama ang kumakalat ng mis at disinformation. Sa video series na ito, tuturuan namin kayo kung paano nyo rin ito magagawa gamit ang inyong cellphone o computer.
Sa aming pang-apat na tutorial ngayon, bibigyan namin kayo ng tips sa masusing pagre-research kung totoo ba o hindi ang isang piraso ng impormasyon.
Noong 2019, mga gawa-gawang quote na ipinangalan sa mga kilalang tao ang pinakasikat na panloloko na umikot sa social media. Ngayong COVID-19 pandemic, patuloy ang paglikha at
digital literacy campaign, voter education campaign as well. Now we'll move toward journalism and disinformation, how to be able to do fact-checking, and how to cover the elections, especially from the lessons that we have learned from the Mindanao experience. So we will be joined today by 3 speakers again. For our first speaker, we'll have Marinette Retona, a researcher reporter of Vera Files. She was one of the duo that you saw during the video that was being played earlier before we started. And Marinette will be focusing on the Promise Walang Lokohan topic of Vera Files. Marinette, are you there?
Yes po, hello po.
Hi!
Hello!
Good
Dapat may
morning po.
kasamang ganun. Parang
Hello
sa video
po.
kanina.
Ayun po. So, let me share my screen. Oh, wait lang. Share. Can everybody see my screen po?
Yes.
Yeah.
yes.
So, hello, magandang umaga sa ating lahat. I'm Marinette Retona, a writer-researcher from Vera Files. Nandito ako para ituro sa inyo yung nalalaman ko tungkol sa fact-checking na hopefully ay magagamit nyo para maging maalam ng mga botante sa darating na eleksyon. And I will start this lecture by introducing to you our organization. So Vera Files is a 12-year-old nonprofit media organization founded by 6 women veteran journalists. Pero ang kaiba namin sa mga media organizations na mas familiar kayo with, hindi kami nagbe-breaking news. Instead, we take a deeper look into current, including underreported issues in the Philippines. At para lang din sa kaalaman ng lahat, Vera is Latin for true. Nung una, hindi pa nagpa-fact check ang Vera Files. Hanggang sa dumating ang year 2016. Naisipan ni Professor Yvonne Chua, isa sa aming co-founders and former trustees, na magpa-class activity sa class niya sa Department of Journalism, College of Mass Communication sa UP Diliman. Dahil din kasagsaga ng 2016 elections noon, ang ginawa nilang activity ay yung pag-fact check ng statements made by candidates for the national positions. In their fact-checking, the class applied the guidelines used by fact-checkers around the world. Naging successful yung initiative at yung outputs na na-produce nung class ay eventually pinublish sa website ng Vera Files. The project was initially named as That So, ganun ba, in Filipino. Nakalaunan, naging Vera Files Fact Check. So under Vera Files Fact Check, we currently have 2 projects. Yung una, yung minomonitor namin yung mga false claims, flip-flops, at misleading statements ng public officials and even public figures, gaya ng influencers, artista, bloggers, and vloggers. Dito namin sinecheck kung may mga nasabi silang mali or kung bumaliktad sila sa nauna nilang sinabi. Nagpa-publish din kami ng fact sheets. Ayan, ito yung examples ng mga fact checks namin. Ito during the 2019 elections na kinlaim ni Senator Bato de la Rosa na siya yung nakakuha na may pinakamataas na vote sa Metro Manila, but that is not true. Nagpa-publish din kami ng mga fact sheets. Hindi sila necessarily nagdadebunk ng statements, pero mas nag-explain or nagbibigay sila ng konteksto tungkol sa isang issue or topic. So for example, itong isa, kung ano yung information about certain senatorial candidates. Tapos yung isa naman, ginawa namin siya to debunk yung voting rumors na kumalat noong 2019 elections. Ang pangalawa naming project under Vera Files Fact Check na nagsimula noong 2018 ay yung pagpa-fact check ng online disinformation, as we are one of Facebook's partners in its third-party fact-checking program here in the Philippines. Halimbawa ng election-related fact checks na na-produce namin under this project ay yung kumalat na misleading report noong 2019 elections tungkol sa naging komento raw ni COMELEC spokesperson, James Jimenez, na kasama lang natin kanina, tungkol sa pandaraya sa botohan. Isa pa yung kumalat na video daw ng pre-shaded ballots noong 2019 elections pa rin, na nung fact check namin ay fake pala. Ngayong alam nyo na kung anong ginagawa namin sa Vera Files, pag-usapan natin ang fact-checking sa konteksto ng elections. So, noong January 2017, may nilabas na study si Amanda Wintershek mula sa University of Tennessee, kung saan tiningnan niya yung epekto ng fact-checking sa kung paano i-evaluate ng mga botante ang mga kandidato sa elections. She focused on the 2013 New Jersey gubernatorial race, political debate na finact-check din ng ilang organizations, media organizations doon. Familiar tayo sa mga election debates kasi ginagawa din yun sa Pilipinas lalo na kapag kasagsaga ng botohan. So yun yung tiningnan ni Wintershek at base sa kanyang pag-aaral na ang title ay Debating the Truth, the Impact of Fact-Checking During Electoral Debates. Sabi dun sa study, nag-improve daw yung evaluation ng mga botante sa mga kandidato nung na-confirm ng mga fact checks na na-produce out of the debate na totoo yung sinabi ng mga kandidato. Meanwhile, mababa naman daw yung evaluation ng mga botante sa mga kandidato na napatunayang nagsinungaling dun sa debate gamit yung mga fact checks. So, ang na-prove lang ng study nito ay malaki yung impact o epekto ng pagpa-fact check tuwing elections, lalo na't kailangan nating maging mapanuri ng mga tao sa impormasyong paniniwalaan natin. Dito naman sa Pilipinas, nagkaroon din ng collaborative initiative ng pagpa-fact check nung nakaraang election. And it's called check.ph. So, it is a collaborative fact-checking project for the Philippines 2019 elections. Initiative siya ng both academe, so may partners dito from University
of the Philippines, Ateneo, and LaSalle, and at the same time, pati media organizations like ABS-CBN, Rappler, Philstar, and kami na rin syempre sa Verifiles. Its goal is to counter disinformation na election-related and to provide the public with verified information, lalo na election-related. And yung check.ph, it was guided by the Code of Principles ng International Fact-Checking Network na committed to fairness and non-partisanship. So, ngayon, titingnan natin kung ano yung mga pwede nating i-fact-check na election-related claims or statements. May 3 klase ng election-related claims na pwede nating i-fact-check. So, una, yung mga galing mismo sa mga kandidato o sa mga public figures, gaya ng yung mga claims nila sa campaign nila, sa mga sa mga rallies, ticket rallies na ginagawa nila, or yung mga plataforma na sinasabi nila sa mga advertisements nila or sa sinasabi nila sa interviews nila. Pwede din naman na debate answers. Ito yung sinasabi nila or kine-claim nila kapag napapasalang sila sa mga debate na nilulunsad ng mga media organizations or television channels. Yung second kind of election-related claims na pwede nating ma-fact-check ay yung galing sa online sources. Ito yung, for example, may kumalat na survey results daw na sila yung pinaka-pinapaboran ng mga botante. So, tatanungin natin, totoo ba yung survey na yon? Credible ba yung nag-survey na yon? Or sa mismong election day, yung mga kumakalat na photos or videos na ganito yung situation sa mga voting precincts, pwede natin i-check kung talagang taken yon that day or ni-recycle ba siya from an existing online source. Or yung mga claims ng mga supporters ng mga candidates like yung mga Facebook pages or Facebook groups or even ordinary netizens na nagpa-publish lang ng kanilang claims sa kanilang gamit ang kanilang social media accounts. Tapos nag-overlap tong dalawang to dun sa mga claims na binibitawan ng mga kandidato using social media dahil alam naman natin na ang platform na ng mga tao ngayon ay social media, so talamak na rin yung paggamit ng mga candidates na to sa pangangampanya nila through social media. So, nandito yung mga political ads na nakikita natin sa Facebook or yung mga claims ng candidates na pinupost nga nila sa social media accounts nila or yung amplification or yung pag-spread ng mga supporters ng candidates na yon dun sa, for example, ay disinformation or maling claim na binitawan ng candidate nila. Kung ang mga claims na ito ay hindi totoo, misleading, o di kaya naman ay hindi na-explain sa maayos na konteksto, maaari silang maging kung anong tinatawag ng marami na fake news. Pero, sa fact-checking, dinidiscourage natin yung paggamit ng term na fake news. Bakit? Dahil isa itong oxymoron. It contradicts itself. Dahil ang balita, by definition, dapat factual, dapat totoo siya. So, we are encouraging you to move away from using the term fake news and use more accurate terms like mis or disinformation. Ang disinformation, by UNESCO's definition, ay impormasyon na hindi totoo at sinadyang gawin at ipakalat para makasakit o makasira ng tao, social groups, organizations, o kahit ng isang bansa. For the record lang, yung misinformation naman, ito yung information that is false but not created with the intent to cause harm. So, ang difference nila ay yung intention, sadya ba or hindi. Pag sadya, disinformation. Kapag hindi, misinformation. So, paano natin maiiwasang mabiktima ng disinformation? The first step is to start getting in the habit of questioning the claims you see according to an article by MediaWise, a digital literacy movement in the United States. So anong ibig sabihin nito? Kasi tayo bilang tao, may tendency tayo na maniwala lang sa mga gusto nating paniwalaan. So gaya ng nakikita nyo ngayon sa picture, lahat ng mga tao dito mas pinili yung reassuring or comforting lie kaysa sa inconvenient truth na mahirap tanggapin. This is because we only want information that confirm our existing biases and beliefs because it's easier that way. And that's what we call confirmation bias. At ito yung kailangan nating i-overcome kahit na mahirap siyang gawin. Kasi based on many claims that we fact-checked, madali nang i-conclude na may isang importanteng goal ang disinformation content, lalo na yung mga kumakalat online.
That is to trigger our emotions in order to invoke reaction from us. Because once our emotions take over our ability to think critically, and once we end up sharing disinformation content dahil lang natuwa tayo masyado o nagalit o nalungkot sa nabasa natin, disinformation peddlers already succeeded. So what should we do? We should check our emotions and biases. Sabi nga ng factcheck.org, the next time you're automatically appalled by some Facebook post concerning a politician you oppose, very timely since election-related yung pinag-uusapan natin, imbis na i-share mo agad siya or magalit ka agad, take a moment to check or fact-check it out. Don't let your emotions drive you. Is a post making you angry, happy, sad, relieved? Does it make you want to buy something? If yes, take time to stop. Check your emotions, and if you are triggered, maybe yun yung goal ng disinformation peddler, and we don't want to fall victim to them. So check first before sharing. Sabi nga kanina nung mga speakers natin. And this applies to everything that you read, even if it's from someone you idolize or you trust, or a vlogger na idol nyo, matagal nyo nang pinapanood. Lalo na actually kapag ina-idolize nyo siya, mas kailangan nyong i-check yung emotions nyo kasi ongoing yung biases nyo kapag you're dealing with someone that you actually trust. It doesn't hurt to do an extra click or two to verify via Google search, for example. And ultimately, if hindi ka sure sa impormasyon na nabasa mo, don't share it. Meron tayong dalawang choices. It's either siguro o sigurado. Always choose the sigurado. Kapag hindi ka sigurado, huwag mong i-share. And a good practice, according to MediaWise, is to always ask these 3 questions whenever you encounter an information. So una, sinong nasa likod ng impormasyon? Saan o kanino siya galing? Anong motivations niya? Pangalawa, anong sinasabi ng ibang official at legitimate sources tungkol dun sa impormasyon na nabasa mo or na fina-fact check mo? At pangatlo, ano yung ebidensya na totoo yung impormasyon na yon? At yung ebidensya bang yon ay totoo din? So it's layers of fact-checking. These questions push a person to be skeptical and to receive and digest information critically na hindi lang basta-basta paniniwalaan unless nasagot yung mga tanong na to. It takes time to develop this behavior. Naka-questionin mo lagi lahat ng nakikita mo. Kahit ako, nadadala pa rin ako minsan ng emosyon ko, masishare ko agad siya dahil sobrang saya ko after ko nabasa siya, tas tsaka ko lang ma-realize na wait, hindi pala siya na fact check, hindi ako sure kung totoo siya. So, wag kayong ma-discourage kapag nangyayari yun sa inyo kasi it really takes time. But what's important is that we always try to be better information consumers, and it's never too late to correct your posts or your reshares or to correct yourself. Now, once we already are skeptical of the information around us, it's time to determine ano nga ba yung mga pwede nating i-fact check. Sa Verifiles, may 3 criteria na dapat i-check para matukoy kung fact-checkable ang isang claim or statement or hindi. Una, is it a statement of fact? Dapat hindi siya opinion kasi you can't fact-check something that is based on a person's own feelings or beliefs. Sabi nga, hindi mo ma-fact-check ang emosyon. Ang pwede lang natin ma-fact-check ay yung mga statements na pinresent as factual na pwede nating mapatunayan na totoo or hindi gamit ang existing documents, data, records, at reports. So, syempre, dapat nasa legitimate sources galing yung mga yun. Pangalawang question, is it relevant? Ito yung mga content o claim tungkol sa mga kilalang tao o mga napapanahong pangyayari like the COVID-19 pandemic and syempre, itong nalalapit na national elections. Pangatlo, is it verifiable or feasible? Sa pagpa-fact check, hindi lang mahalaga na tama yung ebidensya mo sa pagde-debunk. Mahalaga rin na mabilis yung pagpa-fact check kasi may study actually na nagsasabi na mas mabilis kumalat yung hindi totoong impormasyon kaysa sa totoo. Kaya mahalagang maagapan agad yung pagkalat ng hindi totoong impormasyon. And sa amin sa Verifiles, we use a 4th criterion kapag online disinformation yung tinitingnan namin or online content. And that is, its virality. Is it viral? Ilan ba yung nag-post ng maling impormasyon? Ilan ba yung nag-share? Ilan yung nag-react? Ilan yung na-reach technically?
Iniiwasan kasi naming ma-amplify yung maling impormasyon. So for example, kung hindi naman siya nakakakuha ng engagements or interaction sa mga netizens, baka mas tamang wag na lang nating i-fact check yun para hindi na siya mas lalo pang kumalat. Pero okay lang din na i-monitor natin siya continuously para if ever later on na bigla siyang i-share ng mga tao, alam na natin kung saan siya mahahanap and kung paano siya i-fact check. Now, if you're dealing with claims made by public figures, mahalaga na first-hand ang sources ninyo ng statements. Kasi mahirap na, baka ang ma-fact check nyo ay sabi-sabi or chismis lang pala. Eh di sayang lang yung pagpa-fact check nyo. So maaari nyong mahanap yung first-hand copies ng mga statements ng public figures sa kanilang official websites or social media accounts, press releases, press briefings, o kaya sa mga press conferences at debates na inattenda nila or interviews na ginawa nila. Kapag nasiguro nyo na okay fact-checkable tong claim na to, pwede na akong maghanap ng evidence na magpo-prove or magde-debunk ng claim. Now, I would teach you 3 ways on how you could do your own fact-checking. So, this is collecting evidence na. First method. So, yung Stanford History Education Group, nag-conduct sila before ng isang study to determine the most effective method of evaluating digital information. Ang participants nila, may professors, may university students, matatalino daw, and then professional fact-checkers. What they did is they asked them, the participants, to look into the credibility of a website. So binigyan nila yung mga participants ng websites, tapos i-determine ng participants kung credible yung website or hindi. So ganito daw yung nangyari. Based dun sa study, yung mga professors at university students, what they did was vertical reading. Ibig sabihin ng vertical reading, hindi sila umalis dun sa website. Nag-investigate sila dun lang sa website. So, tiningnan nila yung bawat feature ng website. They especially focused on its appearance and layout. They were even deceived by the logo of the website na official looking daw. Akala nila totoo. Apparently, the website is not credible and the fact-checkers were the only ones who were able to determine that. Paano nila nagawa yun? Kasi after nilang makita, nakaduda-duda yung website, umalis agad sila doon. What they did is they open new tabs sa browser nila and they read laterally. So what does it mean to read laterally? Lateral reading is technically leaving a site to see what other digital sources say about it. Or simply put, magbubukas ka ng ibang mga tabs. In simple words, lateral reading yung hindi ka lang nakadepend sa isang source. Na kapag sinabi ng isang source, totoo to, maniniwala ka na agad. Hindi ganon. What you would do is you would open a new tab to check if the same information given by one source you read was also given by another source, and then another, and then even another one. And it is important to emphasize that the source that you're reading from should be legitimate. Dapat credible sila. Kasi kung hindi, wala ring sense yung pagbabasa mo. What is the unspoken word here? Fact-checking demands time and patience. Being a critical information consumer demands time and patience. For example, let's take this as an example. Kunwari nakita nyo to sa Twitter. Vertical reading is when you click on the link, the Rappler link, to read the article about it. And then you stop there. Nang hindi nyo chine-check kung totoo ba yung claim ni Sara Duterte o hindi. But to do lateral reading here is to read the Rappler article and then open at least 3 other Google search tabs. So what I did is, etong tatlong to, yung in-input ko sa Google search. I want to know ano ba yung requirements ng isang candidate sa Senado kasi yung claim ni Sara Duterte hindi daw required sa isang senador na maging honest. So gusto kong malaman ano bang requirement para sa isang senador o at least sa isang candidate na Senate. Gusto ko ding malaman kung ano yung requirements naman para sa public officials. And then, gusto ko rin i-check sa ibang news reports yung sinabi ni Sara Duterte in case hindi kompleto yung impormasyon na nabasa ko dun sa unang article. And here are the results. There. Ang lateral reading is checking those search results hanggang sa mapatunayan mo using legitimate sources na hindi totoo or totoo yung claim na chine-check mo. In this case, yung claim ni Sara Duterte na hindi required sa mga senators na maging honest ay hindi totoo. She failed to mention that good moral character is a basic requirement for all public officials and employees. As you can see, with just lateral reading, nakita na agad natin yung search results ay puro mga fact checks na, so readily available na sila. Hindi na natin kailangan pang gumawa ng other searches na debunk na agad natin yung claim ni Sara Duterte at nalaman natin na mali siya. Pero, alam nyo ba na pwede nyo pang mas ma-tailor o mas mapasimple ang Google searches nyo gamit ang ilang words o symbols lang para mas kumonte at mas maging specific ang mga search results na ibibigay sa inyo ng Google. So, gagamit kayo para doon ng Google Search Operator. So, I don't know if you guys already know this, pero for those na hindi pa aware, sabi sa amin ng mga trainees namin, nagagamit din nila ito sa kanilang schoolwork. So, baka magamit nyo to. So, ang paggamit ng search operators, for example, pag quotations yung gamit mo, yung mga words or phrases na nasa loob ng quotation marks, yun yung isa-search exactly ni Google sa'yo. So, ang bibigay sa yung web pages ni Google ay yung mga web pages na nagko-contain ng exact word of phrases na nilagay mo sa quotation marks. For asterisk naman, ito effective to kapag may, for example, may lyrics kayo na hindi maalala or word from a quotation na hindi nyo maalala. Pwede nyo lagyan lang ng asterisk as a filler. Tapos hahanapin ni Google yung mga quotations or yung mga web pages na meron ng quotation na yon at siya na yung maglalagay kung ano yung asterisk or nawawalang word for you. Hyphen naman kapag, for example, gusto nyong mag-search ng web pages containing the words 2019 national elections pero ayaw nyo ng mga web pages na may word na Duterte. So yung mga web pages na wala dapat word or pangalan ni President Duterte, you could use hyphen for that para maalis ni Google sa Google results, search results, yung mga web pages na may pangalan ni President Duterte. Now, and or, ito naman yung gagamitin nyo between words or phrases. For example, kapag and yung ginamit nyo, gusto nyo phrase 1 and phrase 2 nandun sa web pages na ibibigay sa inyo ni Google. Kapag naman or, it's either one of them lang. So technically, mas madaming results yung ibibigay sa inyo ni Google kapag or kesa kapag and. So use that wisely. Site colon naman, kapag meron lang kayong specific website na gustong hanapan. So for example, naghahanap kayo ng official sources, official documents na in-upload lang dapat ng government, Philippine government. Then you could use site colon, tapos .gov.ph dahil yun yung official website extension or address extension ng government websites natin. So pwedeng iba yan, facebook.com, twitter.com, kayong bahala. File type, kapag for example PDF yung hinahanap ninyo, pwede nyo ilagay dyan, file type :PDF or word file type :word file. Para ang bigay lang sa inyo ni Google ay yung specific format na yun lang. In title, in text, in URL, same lang din siya dun sa site colon, or dun sa file type colon. Kapag meron kayong specific word na gustong makita dun sa title ng web page or dun sa URL ng web page or dun sa text, sa body text ng web page, yan yung gagamitin niyo, search operator. Okay. So for example, itong photo ni former Senator Bam Aquino at former President Noynoy Aquino. Kinlaim nung picture na ito raw, itong quote na to, sinabi raw siya ni Bam Aquino. Alamin natin kung talagang may ganyang statement na binitawan si Bam Aquino. No, ito yung unang text string na sinearch ko sa Google at binigyan niya ako ng 4,500 results. Kung mapapansin nyo, yung mga naunang results ay may fact checks agad na hindi totoo yung quote na inattribute kay Bam Aquino. Pero, nung sinubukan kong gumamit ng operators na quotation marks at end, ito yung binigay sa akin ni Google. When I hit search, Google immediately told me na walang web page containing all the words and phrases I searched for. And this is already one of the many possible evidences na hindi totoo ang quote na attributed kay Bam Aquino. There are neither official records nor legitimate news reports carrying the quote. And kung mapapansin nyo rin, mula sa 4,500 results, naging 990 results na lang yung binalik sa akin ni Google. This is how search operators work. It helps you specify your searches so that the results you get won't include unnecessary pages. This time, let's quickly try yung site colon operator. Mula sa 1.8 million results, naging 2,200 results na lang yung Google search ko dahil in-specify ko na dapat yung web pages na ibibigay sa akin pabalik ni Google ay yung mga galing lang sa websites na may .gov.ph na extension. Okay? And as you can see dun sa unang search ko, meron pang Wikipedia, meron pang from France, and then tsaka lang ako binigyan ng .gov.ph. Pero dito sa pangalawa, puro .gov.ph na siya. Gaya ng sabi ko kanina, mahalaga na hindi ka lang basta nagsa-search, basta ng websites. You need to make sure that these websites and sources you're reading from are actually legitimate, credible, and reliable. So here are the 3 main things you should check in evaluating a website source. First is the URL of the website. You ask yourself, or you look at it. Is it an official website? May .gov ba siya? Kapag .gov, US government website. Kapag .gov.ph sa atin. .edu, ito yung mga extensions ng mga universities sa Pilipinas and sa ibang bansa. So kung hindi ganyan, medyo tingnan nyo pa, mag-dig deep pa kayo dun sa legitimacy ng website. Is it pretending to be another website, such as an official website or a news organization? Baka cnnupdates.com or cnnnewsupdates.com yung URL. It is presenting itself as a legitimate media organization. Pero obviously, it's an imposter website. So, i-check nyo yun. Pwede nyo lang quickly i-google, ano ba yung official website ng CNN? Ibabalik naman agad sa inyo ni Google na CNN Philippines siya. So, ibig sabihin agad noon, malalaman nyo agad na imposter page siya. About page, check nyo din yung about page. Dito usually makikita natin yung history ng organization or institution. Kapag wala siya, kaduda-duda, ibig sabihin mali-maling grammar or capitalization, magduda na kayo. Or pwede nyo ring i-search siya sa Google, baka kinopya lang pala siya from another media organization or another official website, legitimate website. And lastly, yung contact us page. Mahalaga ang contact us page dahil it is another way of showing accountability. For example, may pinublish yung website na maling impormasyon. A person could use the contact details in the contact us page para i-contact your organization, i-call out sila, and hopefully makorek yung maling impormasyon. Kung wala o kaduda-duda yung contact us page, mag-isip ka na kung dapat bang gawin mo siyang source ng information mo. Now, paano naman kung photo yung kailangan mong i-check? Pwedeng-pwede yan gamit ang reverse image searching. Reverse image searching is when you use photos in your searches instead of text. Ang mahalagang tanong na dapat masagot kapag nagre-reverse image searching ay ito. Sinong kumuha ng photo? When or where was the photo taken? Sino yung unang nag-upload ng photo online? Kailan at saan unang na-upload yung photo online? At syempre, ano yung konteksto ng photo? Tungkol saan siya? Ang mahalagang mahanap natin kapag nag-reverse image search tayo ay yung first or earliest retrievable copy of the photo. Kasi kapag nahanap niyo yun, it would automatically, or most of the time, it would tell you sino yung original source ng photo, when was it uploaded, so yung right context ba, for example, na-recycle ba siya, galing lang ba siya 2 years ago, tapos ni-recycle lang siya ng isang website or ng isang post. Was it manipulated or fabricated? Inedit ba siya? Photoshop ba siya? And of course, where was it taken? Kasi it could give you context clues as to the accuracy or the credibility of the photo. Kung totoo ba siyang doon sa place na yun tinake gaya ng claim or hindi talaga. If original copy can't be found, triangulated news reports of the photo would do. So pwede kayong humanap ng 3 news reports by legitimate media organizations containing the photo. And kapag same yung sinasabi nila about the photo, then that would work. So what you would do kapag nag-reverse image search kayo, you would save the photo you want to search and then upload it sa chosen search engine ninyo. So as you can see, pwedeng Google, pwedeng Bing, pwedeng Yandex.
Pero nga
Okay po. Bawat isa dito ay may iba't ibang functions or specialty. Pero gusto namin kayong i-encourage kasi sa practice ng fact checkers, we use all of these when we reverse image search. Kasi minsan may mga nahahanap si Bing na wala si Google or nasa Yandex na wala si TinEye. So somehow, that's how we do lateral reading in terms of reverse image searching. We open a tab for each search engine to check kung saan namin makukuha yung original source ng photo. And we encourage that you do that as well. So etong mga nakikita nyong icons na naka-border in red, yan yung pipindutin nyo para i-upload yung photo at para ma-search nung search engine yung photo na hinahanap ninyo. So just to show you what Google reverse image search looks like. So yung unang ibibigay sa iyo ni Google ay yung possible related search. So ayan yung suggestion ni Google kung ano or sino yung nasa photo na sinesearch mo. Next is the visually similar images. So ito yung photos in Google's database that look like what you're searching for. And lastly, yung mahalaga, yung pages that include matching images. Kasi ito yung web pages that contain the same image that you're searching for. Ito yung kikilatisin ninyo. Dito nyo usually mahahanap yung original copy ng photo o di kaya naman official sources carrying the photo, which could provide the information that you need in establishing whether totoo or hindi or accurate yung pagkakagamit ng photo or hindi. And as I've said kanina, ina-encourage namin na gumamit kayo ng multiple search engines in reverse image searching. Pero we acknowledge that it takes a lot of work to do dahil mano-mano mo siyang i-upload dun sa mga search engines. So there is a Chrome extension that you could actually use to help you with that. It's called RevEye. Punta lang kayo sa Google, tas i-search nyo yung RevEye Chrome extension and then install it. And then go to the photo that you want to reverse image search, as you can see. Right-click on it, select reverse image search, and then all search engines. What it would do is would open Google, Bing, Yandex, and TinEye. Bawat isa sa kanila isang tab, and they would do reverse image searching on the image you want to fact check. Pag mobile naman, make sure, hindi kasi kapag sinearch nyo yung Google sa mobile, hindi lalabas yung camera icon. What you need to do is kailangan yung i-on yung desktop site sa browser nyo sa mobile para lumabas yung camera icon sa Google Images. Some examples of fact checks that were created or produced using reverse image search. Ito kumalat to nung 2019 elections din. Nag-raise daw ng middle finger si Senator Ramon Revilla tsaka yung wife niya. Pero when it was reverse image search by the UP Journalism Department, nakita yung original source ng photo and hindi naman talaga. It was edited, it was manipulated. Next ay itong quote card ni Mar Rojas na sinabihan daw niya na sabi daw niya maniniwala ako ng mga bobo yung botante kapag hindi daw siya nanalo. Pero yung nag-reverse image search, it was from 2016 pa and inedit yung quotation in the photo. So, last part na ng ating lecture. So, kailangan nyo ding i-check yung source kasi kapag photos yung ni-reverse image search nyo, usually, ito yung mga ina-upload sa social media. So, you would also need to check your sources on social media or sino yung nag-upload ng photo na fina-fact check nyo on social media. So, these are the things you could take note of. First is the name of the page or the group. Does it have a blue check? Is it verified? If not, is it pretending to be an official account of something, of an institution, of an organization? So, dun yung makikita kapag, usually kasi yung mga official or verified account, yun yung talagang pagmamayari ng institution na yun. Pero kung hindi, tapos it was pretending or it was using a name of an institution or organization, magduda na kayo. You go deeper. Next is the date created. Kailan nagawa yung pages? Was the page created just recently or did it change its name over time? So makikita nyo to sa history ng page. Usually kasi ang na-encounter namin yung mga disinformation peddlers, usually kakagawa lang sa kanila. Like last year or early this year. So indication din siya minsan na mahirap pagkatiwalaan yung page or yung group kapag kakagawa lang niya. And lastly, yung pattern of posts. You look into it if merong pattern dun sa mga posts niya, may specific political leaning ba siya? Kasi that way, makikita niyo yung motivation ng page or ng group. So kung para saan talaga siya or kung tungkol saan siya. And just a reminder that in terms of looking into pages and groups, the number of subscribers or the number of followers or the number of members of a group does not equate to its credibility or legitimacy. Hindi porket millions ang like niyan, credible source na siya, reliable source na siya. Marami tayong alam na pages na hindi reliable source pero ang dami-daming likes or ang dami-daming followers. So please always remember that. It's not the basis of its legitimacy, of their legitimacy. And of course, for our final step somehow, our final step is of course to help others to fact check themselves. Hindi lang kapag na-fact check nyo na yung content or yung kung online content or claim ng kung sino man,
na fina-fact check nyo, hindi lang dapat yun magtapos doon. We need to share it to others para maging educated din yung iba. Sabi nga ng media-wise, debunking a piece of information is only the first step. Showing your peers how you fact check a claim can give them the media literacy skills that you got and that they need to spot misinformation going forward. Dapat hindi tayo selfish sa fact checking skills na nakuha natin. As much as possible, let's invite others, our peers, our families to do it as well. And sabi nga ni Professor Mora kanina, hindi pwedeng lecturean mo sila na parang mas matalino ka sa kanila. Kasi sabi ng isang article ng PolitiFact, isang fact-checking organization din, people tend to accept corrections from people they know more than people they don't. Pero kailangan kapag nagko-correct tayo ng information na nakukuha nila or na information na sinasabi sa atin ng mga kamag-anak natin, kaibigan natin, let's make sure that we do it in a friendly way para hindi sila maging defensive. Kasi kapag ganun yung naging tendency, hindi nila tatanggapin yung correction and baka mas mag-lean pa sila sa pagtitiwala dun sa disinformation na nabasa nila or napanood nila. So, ultimately, we have to educate them. Just to conclude, fact-checking has a lot of components and you will need a lot of patience. And dito pumapasok yung video tutorial series namin na napanood nyo din kanina na Promise Walang Lokohan. Hinimay-himay namin dito yung paraan kung paano kayo pwedeng mag-fact-check at mag-verify ng information sa social media. Meron din kaming translated versions ng tutorial series namin kung saan meron siyang subtitles sa Ilocano or Cebuano. So kung may mga kamag-anak kayo na Cebuano or Ilocano, pwede niyong i-share sa kanila yun. Please also do visit our learning corner kung saan makikita niyo yung iba't ibang educational materials na na-produce namin tungkol sa fact-checking. Reminder that it takes full-blown trainings para ma-cover lahat ng tungkol sa fact-checking and social media verification. And I apologize mo kung nag-exceed ako sa time ko. Pero if ever gusto nyo pang matuto tungkol sa fact-checking and social media verification na hindi ko na-cover dito sa lecture na to, please go to our website and check our resources there. And do follow us on our socials. Thank you so much po.
Okay. Thank you, Marinette. I think that's what you'd call arming our students with the proper tools, no? Kung paano sila pwedeng makapag-verify, makapag-fact-check ng information. And nice reminder that we should avoid using the term fake news. Dahil tama ka, wala dapat news na peke, walang balita na fake dapat, ano? So hindi talaga akma yung term na fake news. Your presentation actually reminded me of a very old adage in journalism, di ba? What we always say, if your mother says she loves you, you check it out.
Yeah.
Meaning, huwag ka basta-basta maniwala sa sasabihin sa'yo. It will help you avoid disinformation or misinformation. And because Love Month, it will also even help you avoid heartbreaks. Okay, pag may nagsabi na I love you, check it out. Huwag paniwalaan ka agad.
Mas walang bias.
Walang check the source, ang daming kailangan checkan isa-isa. But now we move on to Ms. Rowena Paraan. She's the head of ABS-CBN's Bayan Mo Ipatrol Mo. And she will also be discussing journalism and the disinformation virus. Given our context now that we have a pandemic at napakadaling magpakalat ng fake na balita, we call on Ms. Wen.
Lalo na pag election na, di ba?
Oo.
And during
The two instances where disinformation is really weaponized. Pandemic and elections. Ms. Wen here now. Hi, Wen.
Hello. Is my audio okay?
Yes, we could hear you.
Okay.
Maraming
salamat kay Marinette, no? Kasi she discussed a lot of the things that I would have wanted to discuss. So thank you very much. And also our previous speakers. The disinformation, elections, and journalism are three issues na napaka-importante. And this kind of forum is important for us to keep on discussing, no? Yung mga issues malabas pagdating sa mga sa pinato. Now, since yung mga topics kasi medyo, or at least the way I understood what topic is, medyo may overlap doon sa mga few speakers. I'm just going to focus doon sa mga hindi pa bagay na hindi masyadong napasapan. So let me share my screen. Okay. Okay. So again, thank you to the previous speakers.
Medyo choppy ka, Weng.
What I'm going to discuss is a little bit about the nation of people. I hope it's okay. Yung information disorder, and then I think that the discussion will be how we helping to amplify whatever information or disinformation is being disseminated. So first, just a little bit on the information disorder, and Marina has already discussed it.
Weng?
Weng, nawawala ka, Weng.
Medyo nag-choppy ng konti, Ate Weng.
Okay.
Oo.
So, medyo gulo yung mukhang hindi maganda yung audio ko.
Yeah. Yes. Hindi siya smooth.
Yeah, unfortunately, hindi ko ko.
Oo.
Ano network daw, ma'am?
Internet connection mo, malakas naman.
From here, yes.
Oo. Na ano siya, medyo choppy. Oo, choppy.
Okay. How about now?
Sige, let's try this one.
Okay. So, very quickly, yung tatlong classifications ng information disorder. The first one, as discussed by Net, is misinformation. And then the second one is disinformation. The third one is malinformation. Ang iba-iba sa kanya ay dalawang bagay. First is yung false content, and second is the motivation. So information content is false, but there is no intent to cause harm or to manipulate. In malinformation, the content is false, is true, but there is intent to harm. So a good example for malinformation is yung usual mga vendor. Sa misinformation, yung mga tulad mga hashtag lang pasok na kinakalat ng mga estudyante dahil natatanggap nila from sources at hindi nila check yung date. So, they kakalat without meaning any harm. Yung overlap nito dalawa ng false information and the intent to harm is what we call disinformation. So, this is where content is false and intention is manipulate or to deceive, to malign a certain group, a certain person, or a certain advocacy. So those are three types of information disorder: misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. Itong ganitong definition, I've seen several times in international webinars like this. And apparently, this has become the globally accepted definition. It came from first this in doing work on the issue of information disorder. Okay. So, mga mabilis lang na examples, as I said, ito yung walang pasok. Sa dami niya, pwede ka talagang mag-collect. at hindi siya humihinto, it came to a point that the Department of Education had to issue a disclaimer about certain accounts no, na naglalabas ng mga ganito fake news. And then another example, ito yung all-time favorite ko, nasa Hill Duterte as the best president in the solar system. So hindi lang siya sa mundo, pero sa buong solar system. So kasama yung mga buwan, yung ibang planeta, etc. And people share this no, with very proud comments. So hindi nagbabasa, hindi ina-analyze, and yet it's being shared. And then another one, this came out, I think, in around 2018. This is termin. Ang claim ng mga nagkalat ay sinasabi na these are people who were invited to join an anti-Marcos rally because this came out during the time when the issue of the late President Ferdinand Marcos being whether he would be buried at libingan ng mga bayani or not. And then nagkaroon ng mga mobilizations, ng mga rallies against it. And this photo spread saying that these were people who were invited to join the protests. And then after the protest, pinabayaan na lang silang umuwi. Galing daw po sa Visayas and Mindanao. But checking the photo, it turned out that it was taken in 2014 when there was a typhoon and a lot of people were stranded at the ports. So again, disinformation. So ano yung resulta ng ganitong pagkalat ng sobrang dami ng mga manipulated content? This slide came from a presentation of Professor Salagbe from the University of the Philippines. She said that the result is a weakened democracy and the wearing down of the information ecosystem. So, nabanggit na rin to ng mga previous speakers, no? She defined yung characteristics ng weakened democracy and the wearing down of the information ecosystem as one, public confidence in politicians, our leaders, eroded due to lying and deceit. Media is complicit by amplifying deception, lying, and divisiveness. Babalikan ko yan mamaya yung point na yan kasi mahalaga siyang pag-aralan natin. And then the third point is social media provided platforms for the spread of disinformation, rumor, conspiracy theory, and alternative facts, stoking partisan outrage. So ito kitang-kita naman natin sa mga sa how toxic social media has become. Ano yung usual response sa pleto? The normal response are, one, intensify yung fact-checking. So, marami ngayong groups no, na nagtuturo ng fact-checking, not just in the Philippines, but in a lot of other countries. In fact, yung fact-checking is now being taught at various universities in Hong Kong, in the US, in Singapore. At tinitingnan natin to as a very important life skill. Hindi na lang siya gagawin mong pag-aaralan mo kasi interested ka. It's something that we and our kids should learn. Ito very, sa umpisa pa lang na pumapasok na sila sa social media o nanonood, nagbabasa ng balita or na-expose sa media. And then of course, media and information literacy. These are two very important strands at kailangan siyang magtuloy-tuloy. Ngayon, yung gusto kong pag-usapan is yung tawag na oxygen amplification. This is the title of this research by Philip. It was published in 2018. It's all about how media covers disinformation. So our main argument with Philips is coverage of bad actors and manipulation and manipulators nagbibigay ng level of visibility and legitimacy sa kanila. No? Dahil lumalabas sila sa media, nagmumukha silang legit at nakakaroon sila ng higher visibility kasi lumalabas sila sa networks, lumalabas sila sa mga newspapers, and therefore yung ideology na pinupush nila, nagme-metastasize from simply being peripheral, yung nandun lang sa maliit na grupo, at nagiging principal o nagiging dominant at mas marami yung naniniwala na sa tingin ni Phillips is partly due to media coverage. So yung oxygen of amplification, hangin ng buhay, yung false information and the push or the groups push for this false information. Sa research ni Phillips, meron siyang binagay na dalawang yung arguments ng dalawang side. And this is what I would think about. Lalo na yung parating ng eleksyon. No? So, binigay na yung arguments ng amplify or not to amplify. In our study, mag-gusto tingnan ng buo, no? Kasi hindi lang siya, although mga advice, a point is to discuss na pag-isipan siya hindi lang yung we do our business in the usual manner. Kapag may pumupunta tayo over natin, kung ipag-isipan natin whether we're amplifying and spreading. So ito yung argument na if we don't amplify, ito yung pwede mangyari. Someone else will get it sorry first and may get it wrong. And then risk missing an opportunity to educate the public, allows poisonous ideology to flourish, and then any cultural territory, pinaupahan mo sa mga papers, yung platform, no? At sila yung mas magbabaw at mas kakala. Another reason not to is inadvertently contribute to the process of radicalization. So magiging mas radicalize yung radical yung pagtingin ng mga babasa o manonood dahil dun sa mga gabalita. Then, na kung yung issue ay hindi mo pinover, ay hindi siya mawawala, hindi siya aalis. It will still continue to. On the other hand, kapag na-amplify mo, it increases the likelihood of harassment ng mga journalists or a target of makes bad actors more influential, more visible. And then it normalizes and sensitizes people to harmful views. So ngayon, sanay na yung mga tao na nagmumura, makikita nila na yung brazen na declaration ng mga bagay na alam naman na hindi totoo. So nagiging normal yung dati-dati hindi salungat sa values na pinaniniwalaan natin. And then it allows bad actors to control the narratives. It has complicated and contested conversation. So ito yung sabi ni Whitney Phillips ng mga pros and cons ng amplification, which happens because of journalism. I'm giving you this point. Tingin ko, tayo sa media, lalo na yung community media na malapit kanilang audience. Ito yung bagay na kailangan natin pag-usapan. I have seen yung debates sa newsrooms kapag may mga kailangang i-cover. So, kung ano ay, labas pa ba natin ganyan, pinagpapapugi, hindi naman yan importante. These questions, minsan, ang tapat ng tanong, paano hindi mo siya i-pronounce siya? And so marami ba because of the issue. Ngayon, yung gusto ko kay Philips ay meron siyang ginawang analogy between dun sa isa silang trees at yung redwood trees na siya luma, hindi siya pumupunta ng buti sa ilalim. Pero kumakalat siya as far as mga 100 meters away. No? So ano talaga siya, nag-i-spread siya ng todo-todo. Dahil ganun yung karakteristika, pala siya. Nag-i-intertwines na hindi mo na alam kung saan nagsimula. Tapos yung isang grupo ng ulat mula sa isang redwood at nag-feed sila into each other. So, pas sinasabi na yung journalism, ganun din. Each facet of the little feeds all the others. What happens in the news reaches into the social media, bounces back to search, rolls into advertising, and trips across pop culture, loops for living rooms and lodges in our hearts. So kumbaga, wala siyang bakod. Pumupunta siya sa ibang bahagi ng buhay natin. Similarly, yung roots, to continue with the analogy, the composition of the soil, if there's fire or if there's rain, directly impacts yung growth ng puno. A whole host of factors from labor to algorithm, dun sa perspective ng authors na gumagawa ng story, lahat ito may influence kung paano nabuo yung stories which we do. Yung story na nagtutuloy na gawin, yung story na nag-wither o natutuyo. And difference that makes the broader media ecosystem. So familiar tayong lahat dito, no? Yung maraming bagay yung nagko-contribute sa ng storya sa pagbubuo ng mga stories na ginagawa natin. Yung problema ng mga writers, halimbawa sa resources, kapag walang resources na bigay sa iyo ang newsroom mo, then hindi ka makapasa sa maraming you can only call a few people dahil wala kang masyadong load. And then for your verification or the sources that you would like to interview, sorry, mas content. And then also issue of management, kung sino yung may-ari, and all ads. So, lahat to nagko-contribute sa kind of media nag-flourish o pinag-flourish sa ating lipan. So, considering the future journalism and more the rules and lofty institutions is what catapults political stakes clean the tree line.
I think your audio is breaking, sorry.
Okay. Hello?
Yeah. Medyo na hindi narinig yung last two sentences, I think.
Okay. So, ang pinaka-point ng research na ginagawa ni the point in her research is that when we're thinking of the future of journalism and therefore the future of democracy, yung kabit-kabit ng mga puno, ng mga ugat, at at ng mga institusyon na paano meron dito sa lipunan nakaka-apekto sa paano natin ginagawa yung journalism o yung bawat storya na sinusulat. This is what happens the political states clean through the tree line. Ibig sabihin, lagpas yung concern dun sa loob lang ng room o dito sa media natin against media manipulations because this should get at the edge of the news because there is no edge of the news. Wala siyang hangganan. Katulad siya ng ugat ng redwood tree. Nag-feed siya, maraming nakaka-apekto sa kanya at the same time. So in short, yung media doesn't exist on its own. It exists in a society. Whatever happens in society affects what happens the press. It affects the journalists who work in that particular community, and it impacts on stories that we write. So when we think of doing stories na may kinalaman sa disinformation on whether we are going to do the story or not, what I want people to think about is that hindi lang natin siya gagawin dahil bahagi siya ng araw-araw na deadline, araw-araw na storya, but we have to think of whether amplifying this particular piece of disinformation would be helpful or not to the community.
Correct.
Hello, yes? I'm sorry, wala akong magawa sa audio ko.
Sige lang, okay lang. Smooth naman ngayon.
So, last this is the last slide actually. So having said that, about oxygen amplification, ang pinaka-point lang naman doon is whether you amplify or not. And it's your decision to make, but you need to consider all the factors and ano yung impact sa specific community and in democracy in general. So this one came from Michael Shadson. He's with the School of Journalism at Columbia University. He's also with the Sociology Department. Ngayon, these are ang sabi ng title, 6 or 7 things news can do for democracy. Pero binilang ko naman 6 lang siya talaga. So first is provide information. Information that's fair and full, complete, so that citizens can make sound political choices. Second is investigation. Investigate concentrated sources of power, particularly governmental power. Analysis. Provide coherent frameworks of interpretation to help citizens comprehend yung isang napaka-komplikadong daigdig. Social empathy, tell people about others in their society. Ikwento natin yung buhay ng mga tao. Particularly yung mga nandun sa less advantaged situation. So makita natin yung kanilang viewpoint, hindi lang sa atin at sa mga kapareho natin. Number 5 is provide public forum for dialogue para mas maraming ideas, maging pluralistic and disciplinary pagtingin, and to serve a common carrier of perspectives of different groups in society. And number 6 is mobilization, to serve as advocates for political programs and perspectives, and to mobilize people to act in support of these programs without compromising verification standards and public trust. So,
Nawala. Weng, I think the audio
Balikat yung
is...
Yeah, I know. So I think that's it. You can naman do PowerPoint.
Yeah. Oo.
Yeah.
We'll
No
also share
worries.
your presentation when with your permission.
At this in the context of the coming 2022 elections, which is so important. We should learn from the lessons of the past elections and
Correct.
in between the elections. And we have to make decisions, not be business as usual. Kailangan tayong mas maging proactive. And then, kailangan pag-isipan the kind of journalism that we do.
Yeah.
Pwede pa rin ba yun ngayon? And I hope you too painful for all of you.
Okay. Actually, nangihinayang ako kasi nagbe-break yung boses mo, Weng. Ang ganda-ganda ng discussion. But I will try to provide, for this one, I will provide a quick recap now instead of later para lang sure na we all got what Weng was trying to say. So I think nag-focus si Weng sa what the concept is oxygen of amplification. How, media, because we keep on reporting and sometimes not questioning the report or what is being said by the source or the speaker, how we tend to normalize this information, how we allow bad actors to control the narrative. Ang isang talagang concrete na example dito would be President Donald Trump sa US. Kung naalala ninyo, last week into his presidency, CNN, even Fox News that was pro-Trump, started cutting him off. Pag mag-speech siya, they would cut him off. Kung sa tingin nila ay disinformation or misinformation yung sinasabi ng presidente. And in fact, he even lost his social media credentials. He got booted out of Twitter and I think Facebook or something similar. Because questionable yung mga pinapost niya na statements sa social media accounts niya. I think napaka-clear actually nung sa example na binigay ni Weng, which is the example of the redwood tree. Kumakalat yung roots niya at kumukuha siya ng nutrients from all other trees. Parang ganun ang disinformation. And in fact, ganun ang news. What she was telling us is that news does not exist in a vacuum. Diba kung paano importante na tukuyin natin yung internal factors like ownership of the media, those who put on advertisements sa media, importante rin na tingnan sino-sino yung mga external actors that have that are able to manipulate our media or the content that we dish out, diba? At kung paano nila nagagawa yon. I think ang mas madali sigurong analogy dyan na mas may visual representation, para siyang Dr. Quack-Quack. You know that game when you try to be as flexible as possible and then bend your katawan and try to link your arms with other people. You have to untangle all of this to be able to get to the truth and to be able to determine alin ba dito ang disinformation, alin ang misinformation, at bakit nagkaroon ng ganitong klaseng content. So ayun. That ties up very neatly with the presentation of Marinette earlier. And now we've come to our last speaker. All the way from Mindanao, we have Caroline Argilias, the editor-in-chief of Mindan News, a really veteran reporter. Hello, Mamu. And she will she will explain to us, she will give us discussion on how to cover elections and lessons learned from the southern part of our country. Carol?
Hello.
Yes, Mamu, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I have poor connection, so I will just say hi first and then I will close this video. So, okay, hold on. Maayong buntag sa inyong tanan gikan dinhi sa Davao.
Ayong hapon na.
Hapon.
Hapon na di ay?
Hapon na di ay.
Hapon na.
Gutom na ako. The problem with having friends like Ariel Cervantes Sebelino is that he will invite you to be part of this panel, just as you are so focused on another online forum that your office is organizing, You end up not answering his phone call, just the PMs. But because he is so charming and you are
Oh, wow.
friends and expects you to say yes, you end up saying yes.
Yeah,
But
thank you.
it's a dilemma. On the night before the forum, which was last night, when you sit down to work on your assignment for this morning, you realize the topic he gave you pala was covering the elections, lessons from Mindanao, when
Yes.
what you actually want to tackle but forgot to tell him is beyond covering the elections, transparency and accountability of the leaders she elected, and yes, mapping the political dynasties
Oh,
around us.
that is
And
a
political
better,
dynasties thrive not
better.
only in Mindanao, but all over the country.
Yeah.
I will attempt to touch on these issues in the time allotted. I come from Mindanao, an island grouping composed of 27 provinces, 33 cities, 422 towns, and 10,084 barangays. Among the islands Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, we are the second largest and the second vote richest, although in terms of numbers, our population represents only 23.9% of the total nationwide. And our, hala,
Oh, ayaw?
on PowerPoint, sorry.
Ayaw gumalaw?
Nandun na yung PowerPoint, Kikir.
Well, open the PowerPoint ba, ma'am? Or on your side?
Yeah. Sorry?
Open na lang ni Kia Tita ka, kasi medyo hirap yung not moving yung slides.
Okay,
Care na lang.
wait lang.
Si Care na lang?
First...
Okay.
Hala, which?
Yan. Kita na namin.
Okay. Yan, taga Mindanao po ako. Ito po yung aming 27 provinces, 33 cities, etc. Ito yung aming voting population, 24 million out of 100 as of the last census. And in 2019, this was our voting population, 14.4 million. Okay. Wait lang. Okay. In the national consciousness, we are the country's war zone. We are nationwide, we are home to the most number of communist guerrilla fronts, all the Moro liberation fronts, although peace agreements have been reached with the Moro National and Moro Islamic Liberation Fronts. We host the Abu Sayyaf, Bangsamoro Islamic Freedom Fighters, Maute Group, and some other groups that later allied with the ISIS or Islamic State. For some time, we were also host to military rebels. Okay. Poverty has often been cited as among the reasons behind the little and big wars here in Mindanao. But that is just one of the many reasons. Think neglect, corruption, asserting right to self-determination, injustice, and think of Mindanao's rich natural resources, gold, silver, copper, nickel, natural gas. We even have uranium. They say we have rich fishing grounds, rich agricultural lands, etc. Nearly 5 years ago, on Monday, May 9, 2016, the country elected our 16th President of the Philippines, Rodrigo Duterte, the first Mindanaon to lead the nation and the first to claim to have Moro roots. Duterte, like previous presidents, promised change. He promised to change the status quo. He vowed to push for a shift to federal system of government, but he is ending his term in 17 months without seeing that system in place. He is being judged on the basis of his war on drugs, human rights, response to the pandemic, heavy reliance on the military, among other major issues. He is the most hated president for some and the most loved president for others. On May 9, Monday, which is also a Monday, May 9, 2022, we will again troop to the polls to elect a president, vice president, 12 senators, party list representatives, governors, vice governors, mayors, vice mayors, members of the provincial board, city or municipal council, and the first regional election of 80 members of parliament of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Although there are at least 7 bills in both houses of Congress seeking the extension of the Bangsamoro transition period, which is supposed to end on June 30, 2022, by resetting the date of the first Bangsamoro election to May 2025. These bills are still pending. Pero ilang araw na lang po ba to the election? Yan, 455 days to go. 455 days. In fact, if my reckoning is correct, and if Mr. Jimenez of Comelec is still around, I'm not sure if he's still around, a year from now would be the first or second day of the campaign period for national candidates. So, February 7 yata yan nung 2016. And since it's the same day, May 9, it's likely that a year from now today is the second day of the national campaign. From this month, February, to the filing of certificates of candidacy in October, for the May 22 polls in October, we only have 8 buwan, 8 months. 8 months na lang po at filing of certificates of candidacy na. And we are still under various levels of community quarantines due to COVID-19, a pandemic that has changed our lives since 2020. In Mindanao, several community papers have written 30, some radio stations have closed, and the shutdown of the regional stations of ABS-CBN have made the media landscape a bit bleak, leaving those who are left, leaving those survivors even more challenged, leaving us with more challenges in bringing the news to the public. Bills have been filed as well in Congress for what would really become the conduct of the elections next year. But while COVID-19 is changing our lives, is it going to change the way we choose our leaders? I do not mean here the actual balloting. I mean the way we decide on the leaders we would elect. Will we be more discerning than we were in 2019, in 2016, in 2013, in 2010, and the previous elections? For us journalists covering the May 2022 polls will be different than previous elections precisely because of the pandemic. Discussions on covering the elections as we used to cover them may not be applicable in the May 2022 polls. For now, how that will be conducted is still nebulous, although Mr. Jimenez earlier gave us a snapshot on what it will be. Very different, he said. We will need to make the necessary adjustments in coverage plans once everything is finalized. Which brings me to the point I wish to bring out here. To this day, I wonder why every election there are trainings on covering the elections. And I'm sure PPI will also conduct one on this very different electoral exercise. But after the elections, when the elected leaders start a new term of office, there are very few trainings on pushing for transparency, on making the elected accountable for every taxpayer's money spent. It would be best, I am sure, if PPI, and I think PPI will really do this, can schedule this training, rather this series of trainings, just before the elected leaders are sworn in on June 30, 2022.
Yes.
And while we await the final word on how the May 22 polls will be conducted, there is so much work we can do journalists and citizens, even from within the confines of our offices and homes. I will cite only two because these are linked to other issues in our respective areas: the pandemic and the epidemic of political dynasties. Okay. On the pandemic, how have our elected leaders responded to the COVID-19 pandemic? Were they quick enough? Long before the national government suspended entry of passengers from China, where COVID-19 started, the island garden city of Samal in Davao del Norte became the first Philippine city to suspend entry of group tour travels of mainland Chinese and other Asian nationals effective January 30, 2019. Samal is a tourist destination, but the mayor there decided to suspend entry because, as he said, the safety of our people is foremost. Number two, how did our governors, mayors, and municipal mayors and city mayors spend the Bayanihan grant for cities, municipalities, and provinces? Familiar ba yung lahat sa Bayanihan grant? Ang Bayanihan grant po for cities and municipalities represents 1 month's share of the internal revenue allocation or IRA, while the Bayanihan grant for provinces represents 1/2 month share of the IRA. The money was released in April. Abril pa ho. The money was released in April to respond specifically to the health crisis, and our governors and mayors are mandated to submit monthly reports and post them on their websites and 3 strategic places in their respective towns and cities and provinces. Check the websites of your respective cities, towns, and provinces if their Bayanihan grant reports are posted there. You will be surprised. Some actually did, but
wala.
majority, wala. Okay, sunod nating problema is actually the vaccination and elections. This early, fears have been expressed that vaccination against COVID-19 might be used in aid of election. Therefore, vigilance is needed to ensure the protocols and priorities are followed. This is going to be a very difficult task. Now we go to the political dynasties. Of course, until now, there is still no law on this, enabling law, despite the constitutional mandate. Who are we electing in May 2022? Is he or she a new candidate? Or is he or she the son, daughter, husband, wife, uncle, aunt, grandfather, grandmother, grandson, granddaughter of incumbent or previous officials? Let's not go far. Look at your own city, province, or town. Who were elected in 2019? In your listing of incumbents, who are relatives? In a number of instances, you have mayors ending 3 terms or 9 years in office with relatives who are ending also 3 terms as House representatives. The mayor will now run for representative and the representative will now run for mayor. Sounds familiar ba? Here are the samplers, some samples from Mindanao. This is just a mapping of governors, city mayors, and representatives from 1987 to 2019. But quite a number of these families have been in power even before 1987. So, klaro yan. So we're talking only, the tables I'm presenting are only those from 1987 to 2019, with a few exceptions. The 2019 to 2022 listing are actually has the same names. Imagine if we can make similar tables for municipalities and barangays nationwide. You don't even have to make any comment on it. Just post it. Ito po. For samplers, this is Davao City from 87 to 2019. In 2019, we re-elected Sara Duterte as mayor, her brother Sebastian as vice mayor, another brother Paolo as first district representative, and of course, Rodrigo Duterte is president. This is Camiguin. It's all Romualdo. Nabigyan lang ng pagkakataon si Gallardo from 1987 to 1998. After that, it's all Romualdo. This is Bukidnon. If you look at the third representative of the third district, it's all Zubiri. So from father to son, to brother, all Zubiri. And this is Lanao del Norte. The Dimaporos are still lording it over there. So father, mother, for a time sister, father, mother, daughter, and son. Although the incumbents right now are the father and the mother and the son. And this is Agusan del Sur. The plazas have been there since before 1987. Although there was a change in 2019. But this is Sarangani. This is a relatively new province from 1992, with the exception of Dominguez from 2004 to 2013. This province has been governed by the Chongyans. And of course, you see Emmanuel Pacquiao there and his brother Rogelio as representatives. This is Lanao del Sur, 87 to 2019. This is Zamboanga Sibugay, Hofer, Halosos, etc. I cannot present all the tables, but I just showed you samples from Mindanao 6 regions. I end this by saying covering an election does not mean covering only the run-up to the elections, the candidates, the campaign period, election day, and the oath-taking of officials on June 30, 2022. If we truly care for our democracy, as previous speakers have already said, we need to exact accountability, we need to push for transparency. After all, the leaders we elected are supposed to be our servants. Daghang salamat. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol, for that presentation. Interesting the way she mapped kung sino-sino yung those who have been lording it over the different provinces in Mindanao. In fact, numbers make sense kung ibabangga niyo siya sa isa pang data. So if you really want na himayin itong issue ng political dynasties, pwede niyo siyang tingnan kung gaano ba yaman o kahirap yung probinsya ninyo or your city, ano ang kanyang revenues, gaano kayaman o kahirap ang inyong governor or mayor or congressman, tapos ikumpara niyo yun sa gaano na sila katagal in power. Kasi kung napakayaman ng politiko ninyo, napakahirap ng probinsya ninyo or ng city or munisipyo ninyo, may problema tayo doon. Ibig sabihin yung political dynasty kumikita, nananatiling mahirap yung lugar ninyo. So I think on that note, actually I think we are now ready to take your questions, ano? We got the practical tips from Marinette earlier, from Vera Files, and the context on oxygen amplification from Weng Paraan, and then, of course, the Mindanao experience, covering beyond the elections. Tama yung sinabi ni Carol eh. It's really on how to hold them accountable for how they're spending public funds, ano, more than just reporting on how they got themselves elected. Okay, so as promised, may mga babalikan po tayong ilang mga katanungan. Our speakers are free to take these questions. From Christine Obrero. Okay. Paano raw nakakaapekto sa trust ng public ang credibility that the media has established and how media is perceived? Anyone wants to answer that?
Si Weng,
Weng, if she's there, yeah?
more likely.
Sorry, sumusubo ako.
Ang Jollibee.
Bilang, oo. Gutom na yung mga tao. Grabe, ang ganda ng ano kasi. Oh. Sige, Weng.
Joyce, I'm not sure if I got it right. Can you repeat?
Ang tanong po niya, paano raw nakakaapekto yung trust ng yung credibility ng media sa trust ng public and how people perceive media?
Maliliit ito, no, ng credibility ng media dahil nag-iisipan mo kung maniniwala ka dito, hindi. You can talk about media as an institution, media in general, pero pag tinignan natin yung mga surveys, lagi nilang sinasabi, media still among the top ng mga pinapaniwalaan ng at least mga Pilipino. So hindi na siya, alam natin na hindi na yung katulad nung dati dahil meron erosion of trust sa media institution. Pero kailangan din natin makita yung role ng mga manipulations dun sa erosion of trust na yun. Kasi yung isa sa mga precisely bakit kinakalat ng mga term na prostitute, bayaran yan, so okay lang, namamatay sila. Yung mga ganong statements contribute to the erosion of trust. Those statements are deliberate. Sinasadya siya para precisely mabawasan ng tiwala ng mga tao sa media as an institution, pumaling dun sa mga sources of disinformation or misinformation. O kaya mas ma-confuse yung mga tao. So credibility is a major factor. Dapat yung trabaho ngayon ng media, isa sa mga dapat ng pag-isipan is paano ibalik yung trust ng public sa press, sa media institution.
Right. Whether we'd like to admit it or not, it's actually a humbling experience for us in the media, no, na we cannot be complacent. We always have to be on our toes to retain that credibility, that trust that the public has entrusted us. I think Marinette could answer this question. From Ares, from our Facebook Live, ang question niya, who will fact-check the fact-checkers? Was there an instance, not necessarily in the Philippines, that fact-checkers corrected themselves if they, committed a mistake?
Yes po. Actually, there have been a lot of instances wherein, for example, we published a mistake in our fact check, and gusto kong i-emphasize dun yung difference yung sinabi ko kanina ng difference ng disinformation and misinformation. It all boils down to the kung sinasadya siya or hindi. And most of the time, yung nakakommit na mistake, not only ng fact checkers but ng media in general, ng legitimate media organizations, most of the time those are misinformation na ready naman silang mag-issue ng disclaimer or ng erratum para i-correct yung mali nila. When in terms of fact-checking fact checkers, in our case po, minsan we receive messages from our readers themselves na pino-prompt kami or kino-call out kami na, for example, may maling information dito sa fact check na to, or merong kahit simple error dito sa another fact check or fact sheet. And we try our best na i-address yun and maging accountable dun sa mistake by publishing the erratum dun mismo sa aming fact check, dun sa pinapublish po namin sa website namin. Ganun po yung experience namin in correcting our mistake, and hindi naman talaga siya sadya na may disinformation na makomit kasi it's an honest mistake, yun po. Honest mistake siya in our part and in the media's part in general po.
Yeah. So I was muted pala earlier. I think it all boils down to intent. If it's misinformation, disinformation, or alam mo yon, pagod lang yung media, kinulang sa oras, nagkamali, honest mistake. Kung talagang, if there's no intention to spread something that you know is false or is fake. I just wanted to point out, kanina dun sa presentation mo, Marinette, you mentioned that, try to search for the original source when you are verifying. Ako sometimes, even that is not an assurance for me. Because, you already found the transcript, word for word, verbatim, you got the source, and then they'll just tell you, I did not mean that or I was just joking, or, don't interpret it too literally, etc., etc. We've heard quite a lot of those excuses. Pag nakakanal sila, if you catch them, telling a lie or spreading some misinformation.
Yes po, kaya mahirap din po na ang official source talaga natin ay yung nire-release ng government. And in terms of kapag po nag-flip-flop sila sa previous position nila, that's also a subject of fact-checking actually. We publish flip-flops kapag nag-iba yung position nila or biglang, ayun po.
Yeah. Oh, and this should be a concern not just for the media, but for everyone, for the entire public. Isipin nyo nga, pag umuwi kayo ng late sa bahay ninyo, try nyo magsinungaling sa magulang ninyo kung di kayo mahampas Tapos ito pa na something that involves public funds or of public interest, wag nating palalampasin. There's a question here. Kaya lang sayang wala na si Sir James But maybe Weng or Marinette or Carol, I think was a problem with the choppy internet connection. Sorry, someone's trying to speak? Wala naman. TJ Abalo is asking, is there a way para matigil ang vote buying? And kung meron po, hindi pa ba nito malalabag yung right ng isang individual on how he or she can use his right as a voter? Thanks po. Gusto mong sumagot? Ako gusto ko siyang sagutin.
Sige.
Hindi kasama sa karapatan mo bilang botante ang ibenta ang iyong boto. Okay, hindi yan komersyo, hindi yan isang goods na pwede mong ibaligya or ibenta. Ang karapatan mo bilang botante ay may kaakibat na responsibilidad na kailangan bumoto ka ng tama at hindi under the influence of. But then again, sabi natin, wag nating i-condescend, let's not look at our voters from a condescending light. So, minsan siguro hindi talaga nila maiwasan dahil instant money yun instant gratification kumbaga, 'di ba? Sana kung pwede lang na tanggapin mo tapos iboto mo pa rin yung tama. But parang mahirap kasi ngayon may way sila to check it Yes, Weng. I saw you raising your hand.
Simple naman siya bawal yan sa batas. So, hindi dapat binibenta yung boto. I think ang kailangan din ng media, kahit lalo na kung meron ka mga social media platform, yung education, yung voters education, hindi lang siya responsibility ng mga institutions like PCRB or even COMELEC. Voters education at this point is still everybody's business. So yung kapag nagsabi na dito sa kabila 500, dito sa kabila 2,000, pero tatanggapin ko pa rin yun. Para kumita ako kasi kailangan pa ilanag na yung impact ng pagbibenta ng boto, hindi lang siya sa immediate situation niya, pero sa pangmatagalan. Kasi yung bumili ng boto mo, babawiin yun eh. Babawiin niya yung silang paraan kapag nasa pwesto siya. And kaya mo yung kuna kung pakulit. So, wala rin tayong sense na kasi ownership sa public finance para hindi natin makikita na talagang audit ginagawa ay kulang-kulang. Pero ano yung ginamit doon? Kasi pag may nadukot sa mga bad, walang sa mga much grateful kapag may project. Sa yun eh, ikaw yung nag-finance mo. So yung usapin ng public finance at yung usapin ng pagboto, these are things na kailangan pag-aralan. Hindi alam kung paano siya i-focus. They've been doing this for a long time. But I think education is very important. Kailangan siya simulan sa eskwela.
Yeah, tama. Yung sabi nga ni Weng, di ba, pag binenta mo ngayon for, magkano na bang going rate? Sa ibang lugar, 5,000 yata eh. Dati 500 pesos lang yan. Pati vote buying, apektado ng inflation. But if you sell your vote for 500 or 5,000 pesos, ilang araw mo lang yung pakikinabangan, pero 3 taon na posibleng hindi mag-improve ang educational services para sa mga anak mo. Diba? Yung mga dapat na benepisyo na makukuha mo bilang residente at constituent, hindi mo nakukuha. Tapos yung pinagbentahan mo ng boto mo, I'm sure bawing-bawi yan. Kaya nga yan ready magbili ng boto eh. Kasi babawiin niya yan in the form of your money. Dahil tax mo rin naman ang kukunin nila. Tama ba? Tama yun. May question dito. Si Ray Ronda, I'm not sure the context of this question, pero are you asking kung paano minsan voters are influenced by surveys? Bakit daw madaling ma-influensyahan ng mga botante sa mga surveys to think na 1,200 people lang naman ang nagpa-participate sa mga ganong surveys? And in fact, taas ang kamay kung sinong na-survey na ever dahil ako sa almost 4 decades of existence ko, hindi pa ako na-survey kahit kailan.
Hindi daw kasama kasi ang media, Joy, sa survey.
Ganun ba yun?
O saka alam na nila kung anong isasagot. Alam na nila kung anong isasagot mo.
Joyce?
Yes,
Joyce?
Carol, yes, Carol, welcome back.
Can I just add to what Weng said earlier?
Of course, yes,
regarding vote buying.
No po.
Before we move to the survey, I think vote buying has already evolved, no? It's no longer the usual handover of money in exchange for vote. Parang iba ngayon, some provide groceries to the elections regularly, parang just to ensure that these voters would choose them in the elections. Maraming paraan, mga promises of employment, etc., etc. Hindi na yung, andun pa rin yung pera, pero nag-evolve na the fear that the vaccine, COVID vaccine should not be used in aid of election. Kaya ganun yung fear. Okay.
Oo nga, no, given the context of the pandemic now, parang this is something you can dangle eh. The vaccine, diba? And it would actually benefit yung mga nakaupo sa pwesto ngayon. Those who will seek re-election or those who will seek a higher office na incumbents. So ayun, sino pong gustong sumagot dun sa tanong na yun ni Ray Ronda? Actually, that's our last question if anyone wants to take that question. Maybe it's
sige po.
Go ahead, Marinette.
Mag-add lang po ako dun sa vote buying pa rin po. May naisip po kasi ako related sa disinformation na more than like buying the votes to encourage them to vote for the candidate, there are cases na they are buying the voters so as they would not go to the prisons to vote.
Oh yeah, merong ganun.
Opo. So, delikado din po yun sa pandemic na setting ngayon dahil I read somewhere na pwedeng ang mangyari is encourage yung voters na wag pumunta sa precincts to vote because they might get the virus and magagamit siya to actually manipulate in that sense yung results ng elections. In that sense, yun po yung gusto kong pasukan ng lesson ng disinformation na an educated voter would double check if something is actually happening in this precinct, if it's actually, if the photo or the video shown online is actually the real video or used in the proper context dun sa election or ni-reuse lang siya, ni-recycle lang siya, ginamit siya sa maling konteksto. So ayun, it boils down pa rin po dun sa education ng voters at saka kung yung skills na pagpa-fact check ng mga kumakalat online na pwedeng mag-scare away ng voting and maka-influence ng elections.
Right. Sayang wala na si James dito, no? I think he would have popped another Advil kung napakinggan niya itong discussion natin. Okay, so just so we could let go of Ray Ronda's question, I think it's the same thing eh. Yung binanggit natin kanina, sino ba yung nagbanggit ng who mentioned that confirmation bias? I think si Marinette din.
Yes.
Diba, it's the same thing sa surveys. Kung yung nakikita mo sa survey ay yung may mga medyo may bias ka na rin na gusto mong iboto, then it becomes easier na ma-reinforce sa utak mo na, okay, malakas ito, so hindi masasayang ang boto ko. Yun ang usual argument na kung wala sa top 12, huwag na nating iboto kasi sayang yung boto. Diba? That's one thing that we should debunk talaga. Walang sayang na boto kung bumoto ka. Diba? Hindi sayang yung one vote mo. In fact, there have been instances that, in certain provinces, ang botohan ay nagtabla. At lang sila, toss coin.
Toss coin.
Isipin mo kung yung isang taong bumoto na yun would have made the world of a difference kaysa kung nag-toss coin lang sila.
And i-point out ko lang din po in terms of the source of the survey, we should know na there are campaign techniques wherein ano po ba tawag doon? Magkakaroon ng
slant the result.
Yeah, or
depending on how they ask.
Magkokontrata po sila ng magsa-survey para mas ipapalabas na ito and then
nangunguna yung
as vulnerable voters may influence na ito pala yung ranking, so dapat ma-influence nito yung voting ko. So important dun yung source checking na tinuro ko din po sana kanina na kung talaga bang reliable yung nag-survey, wala po ba siyang political leaning, non-partisan ba siya.
Right. Okay, so actually, we've already exceeded our time, beyond our allotted time for the entire discussion. But I think it's good because the discussions was robust and healthy, and there are a lot of questions raised. Kudos to our speakers. So I think I can formally close the Q&A of the second part and call on one of our main partner for this event. One of our main partners for this event. Attorney Guts Heineke, if you're there, the resident representative to the Philippines of the Hanns Seidel Foundation, for your closing remarks, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you. We have 1:30 already. First of all, I would like to thank you to all of you because it was really impressive. I mean, I'm a German, so I better don't say anything about elections in the Philippines. Because I'm not allowed to, and that's also the intention of the Hanns Seidel Foundation. We are extremely careful about this topic, and we are not going too far into this topic. But nevertheless, we think it's important to inform students, journalists about elections in general without making publicity for the one or another candidate. And our goal is, and somebody said it during the event today, to make informed and responsible decisions. Yes, that's our goal, so that the students, the journalists, that they will be able to make informed and responsible decisions. And I think for Hanns Seidel Foundation, that's already maximum that we can achieve. so many people participating in Zoom. It was sometimes around about 190, and we had more than 1,000 participants on Facebook. I think we never had that as Hanns Seidel Foundation. And that gives me a really good impression that this was a good activity, that this activity was interesting, that this activity was needed. And so from our side, we can promise you, of course, yes, we will continue to fund and finance PPI and the PLG in the future again for this kind of activities. I think the next one is on
February 26th.
February 26th, a Friday. We are already looking forward for that. A further look for the future, it was mentioned if PPI should be focusing in the further future after the elections on of elected leaders. I find that extremely interesting, and I would say for Hanns Seidel, I think we are open. Of course, we need to have a look at the details, but we are open to fund this as well. Of course, for me personally, which was impressive to see was the PowerPoint at the end with the political dynasties and to see all the names.
True.
In Davao, in Camiguin, in Bukidnon. I'm a foreigner. I'm just here in your wonderful country for 5 years, but when you see it like this in a PowerPoint presentation, wow, that was a big moment. So maybe I wanted to ask you if I can get the PowerPoint.
Yes, sure. We'll send you the all PowerPoint presentations.
That I can explain that is even to people in Germany, because it is, wow. When you see it with your own eyes this way, that's impressive. Having said that, so thank you very much for all your precious time. Thank you very much, and congratulations to all the speakers, to our partners, the PPI and the PLG. It was a wonderful activity, 100% success. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi.
Okay. Dankeschön, Mr. Heineke and Hanns Seidel Foundation. I turn over the floor now to Mr. Ariel Cervantes. Ariel?
Hi, maraming salamat.
Sibilino.
Okay, maraming salamat po sa
Sorry.
I know we're all famished, but there's no, better time to talk about this. Hopefully next time we extend the time kasi to accommodate more questions and other discussions from other people, not just the speakers. Having said that, kudos, salute to our excellent panel of presenters or resource persons. Masigabong palakpakan po sa kanila. Please show your faces on cam as we say goodbye to each other, and also thank PILG, Hanns Seidel Foundation, Polytechnic University of the Philippines for the excellent opening salvo of the Scholastic Press Outreach Program this year. Isa lang po ang tatandaan natin, tulong-tulong po tayo sa voter education. Pinapaalala ko lang po sa inyong lahat that the Philippine Press Institute is apolitical. Itong voter education na po inamin na ito ng PILG, ng Hanns Seidel Foundation, ang contribution namin po para po lahat po ay makinabang sa diskurso at sa parating na eleksyon na wala po kaming binabanggit na tao na iboboto, pero ang binabanggit namin na importante yung paraan ng pagboto at yung values na kasama nito sa pagde-decide natin, sa pagboto natin next year. Kami po ay nagpapasalamat sa inyong partisipasyon at kami po ay nalulugod na imbitahan po kayo uli sa mga next or future activities ng Philippine Press Institute. Lagi po namin sinasabi sa PPI, bakit po ginagawa natin ito? Because we want to change lives one story at a time. Having said that, maraming salamat to the excellent moderatorship for our very good friend Joyce Pañares. Yes. Maraming salamat po. And to all our speakers once again, and Gats Heineke, thank you for your support. Clarice, hi there. Aquino, thank you for the efficient communication para sa pagbuo ng production ginagamit natin. Pwede na po tayong kumain. Please stay safe wherever you are, ladies and gentlemen. And love one another, okay? Okay, regards to your families. Maraming salamat po. And yun lang po, sa susunod po na mga activities natin. Carol, here, Ate Bess. Yeah, Priscilla, Rogin, and the whole staff. Sheila, Ate Bess, and all. Thank you so much for everything. Bye, everyone. Enjoy your lunch kahit na po late na yung lunch ninyo. Maraming salamat po.
Bye everyone. Thank you.
Bye-bye, Joyce.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much.
Bye,
Mama.
everyone. Bye, Ariel. I
Bye-bye,
see you
Risa.
tomorrow.
Risa, of course, I forgot to mention Risa. Thank you so much, of course. Yeah, see ya.
Ako si Celine.
At ako naman si Marinette.
Araw-araw sa Vera Files, ginagalugad namin ang social media para hanapin at itama ang kumakalat na mis at disinformation.
Sa 6 na buwan simula ngayon, maglalabas kami ng 6 na video para turuan kayo kung paano nyo rin ito magagawa gamit ang inyong cellphone o computer.
Mga red flags sa social media account o page ang una nating tututukan. Sa loob ng 2 araw, nakakuha ng 4,000 comments itong Facebook post na naglabas ng aplikasyon para sa may gusto ng perang ayuda mula sa gobyerno. Peke ito. Walang opisyal na Facebook page na magkasama ang Department of Labor and Employment o DOLE at Department of Social Welfare and Development o DSWD. Sabi pa ng DSWD, hindi sila nanghihingi ng personal na impormasyon sa social media. Ginagamit ng mga impostor na account gaya nito ang kredibilidad o kasikatan ng isang tao o institusyon para mas madali tayong maniwala sa impormasyong mali o nakapanliligaw. Minsan, para rin magparami ng likes at makakuha ng personal na impormasyon. Para malaman kung lehitimo ang isang social media account o page, sundin ang mga hakbang na ito. Hanapin ang verified badge sa pangalan ng account. Patunay ito na ang nagpapatakbo ng page o account ay ang tao o institusyon na nakapangalan. Walang blue check ang impostor. Ang tunay na DSWD, mayroon. Pero hindi lahat ng lehitimong account ay may verified badge, gaya nitong sa DOLE. Paano ito ngayon mache-check? Magpunta sa About tab, na kadalasan naglalaman ng deskripsyon ng tao o organisasyon, official website, at contact information na pwedeng tawagan o i-message. Kung wala o kulang-kulang ito, magduda ka na. Sa official website rin madalas makikita ang link sa tunay na social media page. Ang tunay na social media page, tama ang spelling at capitalization. Tingnan din kung may mga dagdag na salita sa pangalan ng account na hindi dapat. Pagdating sa followers, nakadududa rin kung ang isang institusyon o sikat na tao ay iilan lang ang followers. Pero linawin natin, hindi automatic na kapag marami ang followers ng isang account, ay credible ito o dapat agad paniwalaan. Taktika ng panloloko ng mga account ang magpa-like ng kanilang page. Tingnan rin ang page transparency tab sa Facebook para malaman kung kailan ginawa ang isang Facebook page. Kung ito ay bagong gawa, pero nakapangalan sa isang matagal nang naitatag na institusyon, magduda ka na. Dito nyo rin makikita kung nagpalit ito ng pangalan at layunin. Sa Facebook groups, makikita nyo ito sa group history ng About page. Maging mapagmatyag rin sa post mismo ng account o page. Minsan, ang mga litratong ginagamit ay kinuha mula sa ibang organisasyon gaya nito. Ngayong panahon ng pandemya, maging mas maingat sa mga post na nakikita sa social media. Maraming nagsasamantala sa pagkakataong ito kung kailan marami sa ating mga kababayan ang naghahanap ng impormasyon. Gamitin ang tutorial na ito para malaman kung lehitimo o hindi ang isang social media account. Samahan niyo kami sa susunod na buwan para alamin kung ano ang mga bagay na pwedeng i-fact check. Abangan yan dito sa Promise. Walang lokohan.